Hey everybody, I'm going to, so I have the music turned up pretty dang loud right now. I'm going to turn that down slightly. Everything's on a bit of a delay and I can hear it over here. One second, whoops. Let's get this all set up. So I want to test some of my audio stuff here. I know that the music's super loud. So just wait a second. I'm just gonna test out some stuff here. I know you guys probably can hear yourself as well. How's it going, Hasselhoff? Sorry, guys. I'm just wanting to do some tech things right now while I can. So let's see. I just want to grab my microphone thing here. Let's change some filters. I wanted to boost the audio slightly. Let's just do that real quick. Okay, I got the audio boosted here quite a bit. This might be a little bit louder. I know that, like, I feel like I have the audio cranked up on my end to check as well. Yeah, I'm turning the music up, and I'm also going to try to turn my mic up because I feel like that might be a lot better. Let's just see if it's going to... Okay. That clips a little bit, but I'm going to turn that off. That clips a little bit, so I might turn it down slightly. Sorry about this, guys. It's hard to do this on, like, because the recording thing I've noticed sounds different than the audio when I'm live. So I'm trying, it's like, I wish I could go live privately to myself, and maybe I can figure that out later, but you have the audio cranked up. Well, let me know if the audio is good. But anyways, guys, how's it going? It's Sunday. We're here. We're chilling, guys. We're gonna create a whole new render today. Starting out with a Fallout render today, from the Fallout show. We're gonna create a vault from the Fallout show. Let's start that over. Take two. Gotcha. Hey guys, welcome back to our Sunday stream. Today we're going to be creating a new Fallout render. We'll be creating the vault in Fallout. And so today this will be fun. By the way, it's Mother's Day. So if you guys haven't already, call your mom. Say you love her. And do all those things. Disparity between talking and music is fine, but both are up pretty high. Yeah, no one needs to be watching with the audio all the way up. That's true. That's why I try to get the audio to be a little bit lower, because I feel like I always had to turn my speakers all the way up to hear myself. It's a bit louder as long as it doesn't clip. It's fine. Well, I'm hoping that it's just right at that level of where it needs to be at. Maybe it's a little too high. These are things that we're just figuring out here, guys. I have to look all the way over. Let's just turn that down to a 3 dB boost. If that's working, great. I think the music probably could be slightly lower. I have a feeling that some of the music is just quite a bit louder, the different songs and stuff. So yeah, it's a bit loud, but as long as it doesn't clip, it's fine. Awesome. Well, also, you guys can turn me down. I would rather you guys have to turn me down than have to turn your audio all the way up, because I've noticed that sometimes my audio is way too quiet. It's okay. We'll get there. One day we'll have a professional setup where everything just kind of works, right? That's the dream. That's the dream. Okay, so let's open up the photo that we'll be using today for our reference photo. Oh, that's right. 1 second. It's like a... I forgot about this. I'm going to have to actually convert this inside of Photoshop because I downloaded it and it's an AVIF file. So that's just kind of like a strange file type. So I think AVIF is some kind of like raw format. I was just trying to find out Fallout photos that we could use, and I'm not gonna lie, I've never played the Fallout games, but why is there not great photography from like different like aspects of it? I feel like there should be like a plethora of photos online that help represent what the thing is, and I don't know why that wasn't the case. But this will be the photo. Let's see. Let me open this up. I'm going to actually save this as a PNG so that way I can import it into Blender, because I'm sure I won't be able to import this into Blender right now. But this will be the photo that we're going to use here. Let me pop this up, and then I'll swap my screen over. So this is the vault photo that we'll be creating today inside of Blender. I'm thinking we'll probably make it a little bit more cinematic. I think some of the lights coming through the little window peephole things that we've got up here could help with some lens flaring that we got. Yeah, you agree? Dude, I was like, for like 30-40 minutes, I was trying to find some good photos, and it was very difficult to find because I wanted to do a shot of the vault. I knew that. Because I felt like that was an iconic kind of like angle. But even from the TV show, it wasn't like they had an enormous amount of just wide angle shots that we could just recreate. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but yeah, this is the photo that I did find, and even still, it's probably the best looking photo that I was able to find. And I just still feel like, you know, like how Spider-Man has like the Spider-Man 2 game comes out and everybody just posts all sorts of photos and clips and videos and all that stuff of different angles of Spider-Man. Why was there not that for Fallout 4? I couldn't find anything. I was like kind of shocked actually, but alas, here we are. So this is going to be, I think I see it clipping every now and then, and that concerns me. It freaks me out. I don't know, like when it like hits that big red mark up on OBS, it scares me. And I'm like, I just know that it's going when it does that. You know, the audio is just going crazy. But today we're going to create this inside of Blender, and then we'll go composite it inside of Nuke. And we're going to start from scratch from our good old default cube. So without a further ado, let's jump over here into our software. I'm going to delete our cube. And then I find it easy for us to just load in a background image and then just go from there. You know, pretty straightforward, you know, just using it as a reference, and then we can kind of figure out exactly what we want to do. I like adding in a plane. That way I can kind of set up a camera angle using the plane as like our positioning. But how's your guys' week been? This is the time where it's like kind of chill. I'm not going too stressed yet that I'm running out of time. But how's your guys' week been? You guys have been busy, I hope. I have been absolutely going crazy on the pre-production for this film that I've been working on, and we've been nonstop hamming at it. And I'm really excited because coming up in just about 2 weeks, I'm going to be over in Atlanta, Georgia, 1700 by 900. Over in Atlanta, Georgia, and they're going to film over there, which will be super fun. I love doing on-set work. You said curious to see what texture patterns you'll use for the wear and tear. Good question. Probably going to use our Surface Imperfections pack, since I have those already, and then we'll just paint on some of our own materials. That's kind of what I was thinking. I mean, we might do some different, but I think that's the current plan. Just kind of like setting up the angle here. I think something like that should do. Mostly looking at the ground plane here, and then just kind of judging based off of that what exactly the angle of the lens is. And yeah, I think that should overall do it. This is just pretty much our platform that we want to have, and then we can make all of our adjustments beyond that. I'm thinking actually let's just set the camera to be a little bit tighter, and we could do that by selecting our camera and then changing the lens here to something like a 60. And let's see, I think that works pretty nicely. We're not trying to get this to be perfect. It's mostly just as out of reference. But I do like it to be decently close because, you know, we're not exactly making this for any other reason than that it looks like the vault. So I'm going to, pretty easy, we're just going to make some stairs here. We can do that a couple different ways that we've done in the past even. If we, for instance, grab this and we're just going to extrude this outwards on the x-axis, the distance we want the stairs to be, we can then extrude this downwards on the z-axis, the length in which we want the stairs to exist. And then if we grab this edge here, all we have to do is just bevel between the two of these. the angle in which we want our stairs. And on our bevel options down here, we can change this to a custom preset, which we will change to steps. And of course, the more segments that we add, which we only had one there, but the more segments we have, the more steps that we're going to be added to our location. Now, depending on the scaling of your scene is how large these steps are really going to be. I think you can adjust those as well by the... Let's see, it's not that one. Whoops. I think it's by the size of the steps here. Let's see. I want to have less steps. I'm wondering the best way to do that is probably to edit this preset. Though I'm not going to lie, I don't really care. The size is totally fine for us from this angle. And then just to make this easier on ourselves, I'm just going to add in a solidify function, and we'll just solidify the bottom of this. We don't have to create any topology, or the top of it, which is totally fine as well. We don't have to create any topology. It's just going to do all of it for us. Great. And then pretty much the whole back wall here is going to be just a wall. So let's go ahead and scale this up. Not on the 3D cursor, of course. But yeah, some of the fun stuff that we're doing for the pre-production on this film that I'm working on is primarily just we're doing a lot of tests for different elements of the film. So, you know, how is something going to look, and what's the best way for us to accomplish it. And a lot of that is just, you know, trial and error, figuring all that stuff out. Hey, Keysign, welcome into the chat. I'm actually curious if we just take... I don't like the steps that I have at all, actually. So I'm going to select these and delete them. Let's just delete every other here. And let's see, let's grab that on the z-axis and then fill that in. It's totally fine. I mean, we're not even, I don't even think we care really about the rest of the steps down here. I think we overcomplicated that. We just needed the one stair because, I mean, honestly, we're not seeing past the camera anyways, so... I think I overcomplicated it, but that's all right, guys. That's all right. I do want to try to add in kind of like this. I think there's like this grate kind of material where there's holes in the ground. And I believe there should be an easy way of doing that. I mean, honestly, all it is really just a Boolean modifier that we really need. So if we add in a... probably some kind of plane or something like that we can create our specific shape, which honestly these might even be circles. I'm going to let's pull up like I don't know, floor metal grate. That would be what it's called. I just want to look up some reference photos of what this could look like. They got a lot of these like square patterns, which is pretty nice. And then you've got the cylinders that are going across, which, you know, honestly, we could probably do something like that pretty easily as well. Yeah, let's try that. So first of all, we're going to just use a cube. We'll scale that down. And what we need is this cube to kind of exist on a long pattern. And then we'll create cylinders that are going to go across the length of this as well. So let's see, we just have to pick a direction that we want it to go. But let's just go into edit mode here and then grab this face and just have it go all the way across to the other side. Maybe even further than the plane that we are existing on. I think we might be okay with it there. Let's just move this down. And then I'm going to use an array, honestly, and... set that to 0. And on the y-axis, just make this a little bit wider. We just need it to be the width of kind of like that metal bar that we're going to be creating. Oops, let's grab this on the y-axis. Just move that over. And then I'm going to make each one about 0.2 as far as the width is concerned. And then now if we just increase this array amount all the way to the other side. It's fine if we don't go all the way. I'm going to center this. And that's totally fine. So now, if we select our flooring that we have here, I'm just going to hide the solidify, and then we will use a Boolean, which we could do the Boolean before the solidify, honestly, and select our cubes that we just added in there. Now, if we hide these cubes, they should create kind of like a pass-through, which they're not. I find sometimes fast works best. I don't know why exact is a little bit buggy for me, but yeah, so now we're going to go ahead and that's going to create all of our like long cylinder pieces that we want to have. I'm going to make some more adjustments. Let's go ahead and then instead of doing this as 1.2, let's change this to 1.1. Now if we go ahead and hide that and we just add in a couple more, looks good. And yeah, that works pretty nicely. Let's go ahead and look back at our reference here. We're going to want to have cylinders that are going to go through kind of like sideways on this. So let's go ahead and unhide this. And on our Boolean here, I just want to apply that. We can keep our solidify modifier there. It's all good. And yeah, let's go ahead and add just in a new cylinder. But yeah, if we scale this down to about the right size, I'm thinking probably there is fine. And now I'm going to go ahead and delete the cubes that we have. And then if we scale that down to, looks good to me. Let's grab this face and move it all the way to this side. And I'm okay with it kind of coming up above the cubes just ever so slightly. And we're just going to have this go all the way across to the other side of the walkway. But yeah, now if we use an array and we just extend this out slightly to the distance of which we're going to want this to be at. Gotta roughly make this look squares, not necessarily rectangular. And do the same with this side. Actually, will it be all the way up to the edge of this? Yeah, we'll plan for it to be. And then yeah, now we just go ahead and extend more on our array. This should just give us some more complex kind of detail. And now we've got a nice flooring grate. I'm going to go ahead and save this now before we lose our work. Let's go ahead and save this probably into our drive D. Go ahead and set this up. But how's you guys' week been and weekend, I suppose? I saw there's this cool new no, not videos, projects. I did go to projects originally. I saw that there's this cool new opportunity that Tubi just released. I don't know if you guys had seen this, but if you're filmmakers out there, then you might want to look into this potentially. It's a new green light program that Tubi has where you can create pitches and upload them to be greenlit by different like audiences. And if they greenlight it, then you can get funding to make your own films or projects, which I thought was super cool. It's a cool new program. I've seen there's been things like that before, and I'm hoping that this is successful. Okay, and now we're not necessarily seeing the front of that. Although if we go to camera view, we do see the back of it. So let's see. For our photo, I'm okay with that. I do want to almost take the whole piece here. Let's take this and we're going to apply the solidifier on this. And if I take all of this. Your week was sad. What happened? Hope everything is all right. I'm going to go ahead and thicken that up a little bit. And then, of course, this stair. We're not necessarily seeing it, but we're going to want it to be longer as well. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and start working on some railing here. I like this grate design that we created. And now, go ahead and set up some railings here. Probably just using some primitives like cubes and whatnots. Oh, you failed your test. Now, are you in school for like 3D graphic design, visual effects, or something like that? Or are you studying that? I know Victor is, but I'm not sure who else is that's part of the community. Sometimes I wish I did study that kind of stuff in university, but I'm just very much I just teach myself primarily is just how I learn stuff, and so I am happy that I learned the way that I did learn. But there are certain things that I think are really useful to learn through a proper education system. But I think it all kind of depends on who you are. If you're the type of person that likes to have class projects. When I went to school for something completely different, but even in that, the majority of my learning came through like extracurricular things that I kind of taught myself. And did on my own. In fact, you can ask Ben. We went to the same school. Good amount of the projects that I worked on were very much not school related, but I enjoy it. And I think the thing that I liked about university was the camaraderie you get from your classmates, where it's a lot easier to collaborate on projects. No one's really asking for money or compensation in any way. It's not about that. It's all about just creating new things. And I say take advantage of that while you can. Because after schooling, it turns into, well, how much am I going to get paid? That's what everybody just wants to know. .5 maybe, or 7 point. Something else. Well, that's good. I think it's always good to also, again, I went to school for something completely different as well. And I think it's nice because now I have kind of a foundation of being able to do something that's not in the industry if I really wanted to. Especially on times where it's like the last year, it was so bad with the strikes. Sometimes it makes you think that you want to go and do something else. Or try a different area of work. I haven't given up yet, guys. I think Alt S scales, it scales on the axis, or scales everything inward. And then, I'm going to just grab this bottom piece here. Thinking we can create a nice bevel around the edges on here, but I want to see if we can use that through the modifier rather, so that way we don't have to do this inside of the edit mode. We'll just increase the amount of segments here, and I want to make the bevel size a little bit smaller as well. So that's a 0.1, so let's do a 0.05 on that. And then, now we can go ahead and just grab this top piece here. And if we extrude that upwards, we'll just go ahead and leave ourselves enough room here. We can go ahead and extrude this outwards to another pipe that we want to create. So yeah, so now just blocking out all of these kind of rails that we want to have in. But if we just create one piece here, and actually we even just grab this and make this go all the way to this end over here, we can again use another array modifier, and we can line all of this stuff up pretty easily. I'll do that before the bevel, so that way the bevel happens afterwards. But yeah, so now you can create kind of nice modular design for all of your railing pieces that you want to have. I don't think for us we're going to necessarily want that. What we might want is, let's go ahead and just grab that piece there. If I select this face and then I set the cursor to selected, I can always go to object and then set the origin to the 3D cursor, which is right at that face. And then I can add in a mirror to that. Again, we'll do that before, so that way we get rid of that seam that we have. And the nice thing is now we're going to have kind of like this railing piece that we have. And that's just the middle kind of ground element that we want. So now I can just go ahead and duplicate that over to another section over here. And we can create the overarching kind of railway that's going to go over top of everything. So that's just like the small rail on this wonderful stairs. Okay, so with that being said, I might take this and let's see, we're gonna find kind of this right here. Let's do it right about here. Love my channel. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is eventually the kind of vision that I have for this channel is that right now I'm primarily focusing on doing CG renders and visual effects and stuff like that, which I don't ever want to get away from doing that. I think we'll always kind of, the VFX is my fun passion that I do. But I am I do want to make films. That's where my true passion is. And eventually I can see this as being kind of like an area in which a lot of behind the scenes happens for some of the films that I'm working on. And it's been a fun journey so far. I've learned a lot about YouTube. There's a little bit more to it than I was expecting when I first signed up to do this last, what was it, August? Was that when I started streaming? That's when I started doing this whole thing. Been slowly learning the ropes as we go along. I think, let's see. You saw the northern lights this weekend. It was barely visible with the naked eye. The phone managed to capture them. Okay. Did everybody hear about this except for me? Because I did not know that that was happening. And all of my friends posted about it. Now, granted, they lived in different areas than I live in. I don't even know if they were over where I was at. I just, all of a sudden, all these photos went up. And I was like, wait, when did that happen? I was not paying attention whatsoever. Typical. Just. Okay, how do I bridge this? I know that there's a shortcut. Is it? It's not F2. Might be F3? No. I know that's going to also swap my thing, so excuse me. I'm not trying to go to camera view here. What I'm trying to do is figure out how to open up the menu. You missed out because you found out after the fact? Yeah, that's literally me, dude. I found out after the fact. Let's see. Blender, open menu to do effect in viewport. I did F3. I thought F3 was the thing. Maybe it is. Okay, one second. F3. And then type in, I want to do bridge. Edge bridge loops. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. The other problem is that my OBS is hooked up to F1 through F5, and I can't press F5 because that ends the live stream, so we're not doing that one. But that's the reason why I never use those tools. Okay, cool. So we got open loop, closed loop, loop parallels. I want to do... Zero on the twist, number of cuts. And wow, that actually worked pretty nicely. Did I change the shortcuts? I did not change the shortcuts. Instead, I just deleted the shortcuts. So on my work computer at work, because this is where I did it at, the first time I started streaming was just at my work computer. And I just noticed this camera's like super far back. Cool. At my work computer, what I would do is I just removed all of my F1 through F5 key shortcut codes, and I didn't even pay that closely attention to what they were. I just like removed them, and then I found out after the fact that the pop-up menu comes from there, and I just never used the pop-up menu. I just never used half of the features that were coming from that. Yeah, this looks pretty nice. Hey Diego, welcome into the stream. I left click and find the bridge edge loops. Can you let... Shrink, shear, slide, randomize, smooth, vertices. Okay, be on edge mode. Oh, edge mode. Yep, I gotta listen to your instructions here. Not seeing. Oh, bridge edge loops. Okay, sweet. I did not know that was a thing. Very cool. Well, you learn something new every day. So we're just going to go ahead and extrude that outwards to the other side. And again, we could probably just mirror these. So I'm at this point going to just add a mirror in. I'm also going to say, we're not going to fill there. We're going to add the cursor to selected and set the origin to 3D cursor. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. And I'm almost thinking... we want this to be a little bit further. Easy way of doing that is just selecting both of these and then saying cursor to selected. That sets the origin to the exact middle of that. So now if I select this and say set origin to 3D cursor, that actually sets it in the exact middle of that whole thing. Although, let's see, we want the railing to go all the way to the edge here. So I'm going to add that in a little bit further and say cursor to selected, and then object set origin to 3D cursor. Oh, I have to select that. That looks exactly how I want that to look. Perfect. And now I'm just going to move this a little bit further over here. Although I will say, does that come in and end there and then start up a whole new one? I think it does. Doesn't matter. I'm just going to... we're going to do our own thing. I'm just going to select all of the vertices here, and then we will just move everything down. And then that way it's intersected a little bit better for the entire walkway. So there we go. There's our railing on the front end of our thing. I'm going to set that to solid view. And even more so, let's go ahead and we just need to have some kind of like lighting so that way we can see what we're doing. We could also just do random for the colors. I mean, that always works. How are you doing, Diego? How are all of you guys doing? You can take this and then we can actually start to copy it and use it on the other areas. I think one thing I would like to do, something I don't normally do, but since we have this segmented piece here, we could probably use this on a curve, right? Where it bends around a curve. That's probably going to be the best way for us to tackle using the stairs over here. Probably use some kind of Bezier curve. Yeah, it should work fine. And just grab this and move this over here. Probably something along the lines of that. I'll just scale that down as well. But if we scale that up, that's going to give us a nice, like, curved walkway. And I think theoretically we could take this and then paste it on this guy, right? I think like if we take, let's see, this, duplicate all of it, and then let's move it up real quick. I'm going to select all of this and just apply my modifiers. It is Mother's Day, so make sure you guys all say I love you to your mom. It's Mom's Day. My mom just happens to be in the other side of the country, so that's the reason why I'm streaming today. What did I think about the Fallout show? I enjoyed it. I really liked it. I didn't play the video games, so wasn't as familiar with that side of the aspect of it. I will say some things didn't quite make as much sense to me. It's just the show sold itself to be like this kind of like real world setting type thing. I understand it's the apocalypse and all that stuff, but one thing that kind of threw me off was they had the apocalypse and everything was like real, but then when it got down to it, the twist ending just felt very, I don't know. It felt very like video gamey or just like comic booky rather than, you know, real world stakes of like what probably would happen. And that was the thing that threw me off. And again, I'm saying this all with a grain of salt. Like the thing is the show is really good. I enjoyed it. Whoops, I don't want to delete that. The show is really good. I enjoyed it. But you know, that kind of threw me off at first. What'd you guys think of Fallout? I love the action. The VFX on it were great. I think the show did get better. I binged the whole thing in 2 days, so I did enjoy it. Let's see, our modifiers. I kind of want to deform on a path if we can. A curve, maybe? I want to curve this object. Are we curving to the Bezier curve? Kind of did it. Not really. You're back. Welcome back, Keysign. Your PC lagged on you? Don't do that. Yeah, the CGI nukes in the beginning were really good. Hey guys, how do we get this to rotate on this path here? Does anyone know? Actually, this is the thing. I'm messing around with this because I kind of want to figure this out. Normally, I would just kind of like model around it, but I've been wanting to do this. So I want to curve this object, so it's using this curve tool on this Bezier curve. I could create a vertex group, I imagine. So let's go ahead and create a new vertex group, assign. And then if we go to our modifiers list, we can select that group. Simple deform, but you need more loops. Simple deform. Around the Bezier curve object. Bend, stretch, taper. More loops. It's kind of twisting, not really, but well, I could do that. I'm not just trying to get it to like roughly do the curve first, and then we can go in and add like a subdivide surface of some kind or something like that to give it some more detail to work on to, right? Oh, that's probably too much. It's too much, and then I just hit the apply button. Yeah, I don't want that. Let's Control Z this. Lattice? A lattice might be a good idea. I've used lattices before. So we could do a deform, add in a lattice. And then, where's that lattice at? Oh, no. Are you saying add in a lattice and then a curve? So then add the lattice, take the object on the curve. It's either that or we add in a lattice this way, which is also possible. Oh, no, that's a grid. 2 is more than enough. Try a lattice plus... I was going to try the lattice plus the curve. I mean, honestly, the other thing is I'll literally just go in here and I can grab everything and just rotate it. I just wanted to see if I can do it using the curve tool. Oh, that's literally how you do it. That was easy, guys. Why were we overcomplicating that? Add in the subdivide surface before the curve tool. Keep it on simple. And then duplicate this a few times. I think 4 should totally be fine. And voila. Wow, you guys were making me do it like the crazy complicated way. Just use exactly the curve tool that I had before and then grab it on the x-axis. And that totally works. All we had to do was go grab x, and then it rotates or it moves it on the x-axis. For whatever reason, it snapped it to the end of the curve there, so that's where the problem was. But yeah, that should totally work just fine. Here you guys were trying to get me to do something crazy. Two could work. Let's go ahead and apply that, and then we could go ahead and just delete this curve. Oopsies. You guys out here trying to get me to do something wild, like a little lattice, you know? That's so funny. That's so funny. I believed you guys too. It's like I knew there had to have been an easier way of doing it. That's crazy. But yeah, so simple. Just grab a curve tool and just make sure you have enough information on there. The only thing that I did wrong initially was it jumped to the end of the curve, whereas it should have been at the beginning. So you could just grab it on the x-axis and move it over. I don't apologize. I mean, I was the one sitting around trying to figure out how to do it, and I didn't know how to do it. So use cloth simulator with curved collider. Yeah, now we're overcomplicating things. Yeah, let's use a physics simulation inside of Houdini, export it as an Olympic file, and then bring it in. That's the way you should do it. Why are we using Blender at all? Out here just making things more complicated for me. Not individual origins, but we'll do median point, and then at this point we're really going off script here because these stairs are massive, but yeah, we're really going off script here. I think there should be a railing on this side as well. We could totally do that. I'm not a fan of how claustrophobic any of this stuff is, so let's try moving it all back a little bit. And it's totally fine. And then maybe this is stairs right here. So I need to create the same path that we have here. Which we can also do the same thing that I did earlier with the Bezier curve. So let's just add in another Bezier curve. Let's just do it this way. I think this is probably the easiest way for us to go about this. So we add another Bezier curve in. We're going to rotate this, scale this like X by 0. So that way it just completely rotates around. And then here we can grab this side of things and just move it down to reach the bottom of the steps. Whereas the top one, we can just move to the top of the steps. So we'll just have it start there, and then it just rotates all the way around. And we can just scale that up and then bring that out. Might even rotate it slightly. We're just kind of following these steps down here. And then let's go ahead and just duplicate this whole thing, and we'll do what we did earlier. I should have just made a preset of this. We'll just apply all of our modifiers. And then now if we select everything as just one object, just go ahead and join all of those together. I'm going to select the bottom piece here and then just say cursor to select it, and we'll set the origin to that 3D cursor. And now if I duplicate this, which I'm going to, and we'll just use a curve tool on it, and we'll apply this object to this curve tool here. And if I say Shift S, cursor to selected, and then we just select this guy and then say selection to cursor, that should work a lot better. And now all we have to do is grab this on the x-axis and it'll move it up the stairs. And I think just want to make sure that these stairs are always facing upwards, so okay, and with this, we can probably just add in another subdivide surface with a simple. We just need to make sure that when it's curving, it doesn't... I don't like how it goes down on the curve. I want it to... It's interesting, it's curving inwards. Guess that's fine. Let's apply the subdivisions and all that. And then let's grab the top piece here. Let's see. I'm going to use a bit of proportional editing and we'll just... rotate that around, I think. Just straighten it out. This is starting to get very messy very quickly. I was hoping that would be a lot easier to do. I'm wondering if because of the curve direction on how it's rotating, it's trying to find the shortest path for the whole thing. And instead of keeping the railing upwards, that's the reason it's doing that. I suppose one way we could do this is let's take this whole thing and instead of having everything applied, let's take the Bezier curves here and scale everything down on the z-axis to 0. So that way we have the size in which we want everything to happen. And now if we apply our curves and I delete the Bezier curve, I can grab this top piece here. And now, just grabbing different sections of this, we could just go back to wireframe here. I'm going to not use proportional editing, and we'll just go down with this. Actually, I'm wondering, with proportional editing, if we selected just this half over here, then we turn on proportional editing, we'll just have all of that kind of like stretched downwards. That actually might be a little bit easier to fix the problems. And then now we just, actually we could keep proportional editing on, but then just scale it way down. Great. That's a lot less messy than it was before. We only have a few issues now, and we can clean that up. I think mostly that'll help with our curve that we want to have here. I might want to add in another subdivide surface overall on this since it's creating a lot of like jankiness that's overall going on here. We might want to fix this piece as well. Oh, we'll turn off proportional editing at this point. And yeah, I mean, that'll help for our staircase that we wanted to have. Might turn... This still has a bit of a curve to it. Like, strangely enough, it's like okay that if the bars have like a slight tweak to them because it makes them a little less perfect. And then theoretically, we would have had stairs here on this side, so I think with our grate that we overall had at the top here, we could do the same design on the grate here. Let's just grab this front piece here and we'll just extrude that outwards. And yeah, now that's off camera. Let's go ahead and do our little cubes that we did earlier and then just do another Boolean maneuver. I should have not deleted that, but I did. So now here we are, guys. Back to square one with creating our Booleans. Luckily they're not that crazy to make. Just grab this. Could honestly, even to make sure that they are exactly the same size, which I'd prefer them to be the same size. It makes sense, especially since, you know, we live in a world where this is all manufactured goodness. So okay, great. See what I did there? Great. Oh, geez. You're like, guys, you're like, Connor, I see what you did there, but I don't want you to do that again. So please, no more puns. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and grab this face, and then we'll just turn off proportional editing, and then go all the way to the other side. Kind of want to figure out. I have this one. Okay, the line is about there. Let's mark that because I already planned ahead on this. We're just going to go just before that mark. And yeah, that is that piece. What we want is this to not be where the kind of like railings are coming out of. Go ahead and save that. Create an array. And I believe this was supposed to be 1.1 for the distance between them. And yeah, and now all we have to do is create a Boolean from these cubes that are fast. And yeah, I'm just going to duplicate this all the way to the number that we need it. Probably going to be 18 or 19. Okay, great. And let's apply this Boolean, and we could delete this since we're not going to be using it again. Although I already yelled at myself once about this. Maybe I shouldn't delete these. Let's take these and we'll create a whole new collection here called Bool. And we'll just move this cube into there. Call it grate. For these bools, we could just turn off the visibility. They're not needed, but later we might want to use them in some way. I think now if we duplicate our cylinders that we have, this might do us pretty good. So we're going to rotate this on the z-axis to -90. And I'm going to just line this up with our first hole here. This is the nice thing about making a lot of these manufactured type builds, is that everything is pretty copy paste. So we don't have to do a lot of individual like sculpting or work or anything like that. It's just all pretty straightforward. So just got to scale it to the size that we need it. And then of course have the correct amount of arrays in order for it to line up with the rest of our shot. Fantastic. Okay. What are we thinking here? So for the back wall, we have this plane already kind of in there. And we can start to kind of rough out the design that we want to have. Everything is pretty cylinder-like, right? Because it all just comes down to the center piece that we basically want to have. From there, we can make all of our adjustments. Like Ben was asking earlier, or mentioning earlier, we get to play around with a lot of textures and shading this time because, you know, there's a lot of rust on here. So we'll have different materials and whatnot that we'll be using for that. And I think that'll give us some fun opportunities. Overall, I'm going to just add in this as like our main back wall. Maybe even a little bit further back because everything will be somewhat thick. I'm going to grab this edge here and we'll just go all the way to the end. I'm also going to probably select our camera just so we could see a little bit better. But let's turn on the visibility of our background image here. I just want to find that corner because there is a corner over here. Of course, this pops out a little bit, but there's a corner over here and then we'll just have that kind of stretch that way. I think it's the nice thing about us having this kind of roughly the correct scaling of everything on our camera is that we can just line everything up pretty easily to the angle of the camera and then make all of our modeling choices from there. So and even this, it's like extrude that out. And we just bring that out that way. What did you guys all think of the Fallout show? Did you guys enjoy it? And if so, or if not, did you guys watch or play the video games beforehand? Because I am curious what the gamers out there, what you guys thought about the show. I've been told that it follows the games pretty accurately. Although I've also been told that it doesn't use really anything from the games as kind of like story-wise. So I'm not sure what that really means, you know? You haven't seen it, but you have never played the Fallout games. Okay. I know there's a lot of like video game to movie adaptations right now that are kind of happening. I just heard that like Margot Robbie got a deal to create The Sims as a movie, which I just think is wild. You never played and watched. So you never played and watched, or you did watch and never played? 16 times the detail in Fallout 76 was insane. 16 times. I didn't. Is that like a reference to something? Not a gamer, guys. I make movies. Although I do feel like I heard that one thing that I always appreciate is when people actually use the source material of what they're basing things off of. And I heard that the actress that was playing in the Fallout movie or series actually played all the games, which I respect because, I think that you should have respect for the material that you're touching. Like, I think that's very important. And I guess Jonathan Nolan, he is a pretty big Fallout fan, as well as a lot of the executive producers. Never played and have not watched. Gotcha. I think we could have like a wire kind of coming out on this side here, just kind of creating like all this little extra detail that we could have. It's one of our favorite pastimes in this series of making these things is just adding in ridiculous extra detail that no one sees. Add in edge loops all the way around here, and if we just extrude that and scale that out, it just gives us a little extra beveled edge all the way around the cube. And then, of course, I like to add in some more edge loops there. And so then some more edge loops there as well. Actually, maybe a little bit less edge loops. Really want is this corner piece here to the show takes place after the games in the timeline? Oh, really? Okay. I knew I could trust on Ben. Ben is my designated gamer. In the announcement of Fallout 76, some wild claims were made, like 16 times the detail of the previous game. Suffice to say, the game flopped when it launched. Oh, geez. That's crazy. 16 times the detail. All that matters was, did it have 16 times the detail? And then how do you judge if it's 16 times or more or less? Yeah, I'm just creating a box here. The most important aspect of any render is to have a good box. Because if you don't have a good box, then what are you guys doing, man? The important aspect, every good Blender render comes down to how good is your cube. Because cubes come by default, but that doesn't mean they look good automatically. Do selection to cursor. There we go. And then go ahead and grab that. Honestly, all we're doing here is just scaling that down and then just having this wire kind of like hanging at the bottom of the cube. So it came out, so the games technically take place before the show. I think that's probably the best way to do an adaptation. Because think about it. If you're constantly knowing what the future will hold, then you just know how something is going to come out. So what's the point in watching it? Because you already know what's happening to the characters. Unless, of course, you really care about the characters. In which case, then yeah, sure, go ahead and have, you know, a prequel. But I do feel like the majority of the time for a lot of prequels that come out these days, no one really gives a crap about the characters. It's not like we really needed to see a prequel to that because it didn't add any extra. It's not extra things that I actually care about. It's mostly just like, oh, I like this show because I like the show. And I think that might be a reason why a lot of the kind of like adaptions somewhat flop. Which, by the way, speaking of like adaptions and prequels, I got to watch Star Wars Phantom Menace last night in theaters. They had a rerun inside the theaters for the 25th anniversary. Is it the 25th anniversary or is it just I just spilled a drink, guys. That's crazy. We're gonna pause for a moment because I just spilled a drink and I need to grab a towel. 1 second. When you spill monsters, you gotta clean them up. Otherwise, it's gonna start to stink and everything just goes everywhere. I think there is some merit in seeing a series in different media as long as they are made well. Yeah. I think it also kind of depends on the world. Like, hardcore fans are going to watch like a Lord of the Rings series. Why? Because they like Lord of the Rings. They're huge hardcore fans of that. Whereas there are other series that I'm not sure that warrant as much kind of like fandom. And that's where it's like people don't want to see it messed up or changed or whatever. And that's where kind of like that mentality comes in. I'm not sure where you can see that line, but I mean, there are very, very, very few hardcore fandoms out there. And even other ones like Star Wars get exhausted with the how much can you really push into a different world. And that is the key. How far can you push a fandom before they give up on your constant trying to make a new series? So let's make that the general circle here. And then even still, I feel like there's other fandoms that don't want you to touch their property that they had created before. And I think an example of that is like Harry Potter. Do people really want a new series? Is that like a thing? Like I don't know a single person that has been excited about that. Granted, it might be circles of people, right? Or age ranges or whatever, but do people get excited about like seeing like remakes of stuff that, you know, was done well before? I think like other things like that weren't done well before. It's like, oh yeah, I can understand why you did a remake of that because people didn't give it as much of a chance as maybe they should have. But like Harry Potter's getting like a whole new TV series. I think every Dune fan was scared when they announced an adaptation. That's possibly. What am I modeling? I'm doing a Fallout vault door. This thing down here in the bottom right. What I'm doing is just the centerpiece of the door right now. But hey, Demir GX, welcome to the chat. But yeah, I'm just curious because like I think were previous Dune fans like, oh, I was a huge fan of the way that it was made before, or were they kind of just not as happy with how it turned out? And then when it did, I feel like it has warranted itself to be a success at this point. Were they excited by that? Like, is that like a successful story? Or was it, oh, hey, you know, we just don't want it to be bad like it was last time? Because if that's the case, then, you know, that's a little bit different of a reaction than, oh, there was this great series already that existed. Please don't screw with it. You'd much rather be interested in watching a remake of a crappy adaptation into a better adaptation, like what they did with Dune. I think that's a good example. But most classic films are already good, so they don't need a remake. That, yeah, and I mean, maybe it's also like, you know what they also, like they took, you know, here's a good example. Jumanji. Jumanji came out, and that I think the original adaptation of it was stellar, and I think a lot of people loved that film. And I still love that original film. However, the new Jumanji films have not necessarily hurt the franchise, you know? It's just its own separate thing. And I don't think that hurts at all. Dune has always been seen as as non-adaptable. And has that been proven wrong, though? Because I feel like it has been adapted successfully at this point. Or am I wrong in saying that? Am I making assumptions here of whether or not it was successfully adapted? Jumanji wasn't a remake. They were technically sequels. No, it is a remake. Jumanji was a remake. Jumanji is actually a complete reboot. From the original 90s version. Unless you're forgetting about those. Unless I'm messing up the fact that those were actually sequels to the original like Alan Parsh like board game version of it. Reboot and remake are different things. No, I understand. So a reboot, well, reboot and remake are the same thing. Well, technically you're kind of right here. it wasn't a reboot because it's rebooting the original series. I'm wrong in saying that it was a reboot. It's a remake of the original Jumanji. Unless it is a reboot of the original Jumanji in the fact that they were making sequels to it now. But I actually don't know this. Which one did you like more, 1 or 2? What are we talking about? The Dune? I think it kind of depends. I think they're kind of like one and the same. I view them very much as like a part 1, part 2. I don't think they are very different. Hasselhoff. And we'll add in the bolts as well. So I have kind of like this section created, this section created. And then now we need to go into that last bit here. The Crow really didn't need a remake. The Crow? What Crow? Nah, I'm very lost. Where it's the same story with different actors. Or actually it's what's the oh man, the thing that's pissed me off recently is Netflix readapted the Talented Mr. Ripley. And that's not a reboot, that's a remake. But as a TV show. And that was not good. Now, you guys can have your own opinion if you guys thought it was good. I did not enjoy it whatsoever. That's probably one of my favorite movies of all time. And I did not like at all what they did with that. This probably needs to be a bit deeper because it comes out a little bit more. So we can always grab more of kind of like... this centerpiece here, and then I'm just going to grab this and make it thicker. I feel like something a lot of studios maybe don't account for is that some older movies were so successful because of what they were at the time. Like The Matrix does not need a sequel or a remake. I actually would agree with that. I think like The Matrix was good because it was the first of its kind. It's an interesting kind of dilemma that I think... it's quite interesting now because I think a lot of people are like, oh, why were the old movies so good? It's because they were the first time they did it, you know? I'm probably one of the biggest Star Wars fans you guys know, but I'm also willing to admit that the biggest reason of the success of Star Wars wasn't necessarily because it was super good and clean and like the best version it possibly could have been. It just was the first time anyone had ever done anything like that. And I think that is something to take into account a lot of the times with these movies, is that while they may be good and they don't have as many problems as, you know, some other movies do, one thing to kind of like also just keep in your mind as you're thinking about it is that they might be the first, like Matrix, super good movie, but, you know, it was the first time they had ever done a lot of that crap. And that's the reason why I think a lot of people's minds were blown with it. I mean, and beyond that, it also was just like a top-notch movie. So, you know, I watched it again recently for the anniversary that they had. And boy, oh boy, dude, what a crazy trip. I got to watch it in theaters at Warner Brothers, and that was fun. But, again, you know, is it as like it's nostalgic at this point, and I think that's where it really lies. It, and a lot of people, you know, like it for the nostalgia factor of it. And it's hard to separate between nostalgia and whether or not a movie itself is like. If Matrix came out today and nobody had ever done anything like it, but our standard of quality of films and like all that stuff is at the same level, would it be as mind-blowing to everybody? Probably not as mind-blowing. I feel like people would watch the movie and be like, oh, this is still an insanely good movie. But I'm not quite sure that people would sit there and just be like, oh, my life has shattered and completely turned upside down. And that's what Matrix did originally. A show we should watch together is Twin Peaks. I haven't seen it. I think you'd really like. I'll check it out, dude. Let's talk about it. Twin Peaks is crazy show. Oh, sweet. We're talking about new shows. Let's go. I was gonna watch because I'm not watching anything right now. I've also heard Shogun's really good. I just haven't seen it, and I've been meaning to really put in some time on getting around to watching it. I think that's going to be like the main section of the vault door, and then now we're going to use some booleans to cut out specific areas. Because we have the main circle here, and then now we can start to add in like some of the extra bolts and things that will go in around this. One of the things we could do, honestly, is let's select this and say cursor to select it. And then now we could go ahead and add in some bolts. Let's go ahead and scale this all the way down. I'm going to actually still having this selected here, though. Speaking of crazy shows, I just finished up Yellow Jacket Season 1, and it's really good. Oh, okay. Where's that on? I feel like there's so many TV shows now. And honestly, the more and more I think about it, it kind of makes sense. Because streaming platforms, the way they make their money back is through subscription-based. And because they're subscription, they need to have people on there from a per month perspective, not necessarily on like, oh, hey, let's just make one film and have it released. They need people to stay on there for months. And so if they release episodes weekly, then they can have them come out on a weekly basis, which means that you have subscribers for a designated period of time that now have to stay subscribers in order to watch the whole show, which makes a lot of freaking sense. We take both these and, whoops, take both these bolts, and then I'm just going to join them together. And then now again, we'll just duplicate this, rotate it 90 degrees. And then again, we'll just duplicate that, duplicate, rotate 45 degrees. Take that and the other one, duplicate it. What is this? What is it? 25 degrees. So rotate 25 degrees. Guess that makes sense. Join that. And there you go. Now we're going to have bolts all the way around that kind of like area. You're considering getting back into Paramount Plus? Oh, it's on Paramount. Dude, I've never even looked at Paramount. Did they have good shows? I just never got into it. I'm just tired of the platforms, dude. There's so many platforms. And it just was like another platform. Also, I've never made a movie for Paramount Plus, so I never felt inclined to get it. That's how I make all of my decisions now. Did I make a movie for it? Cool. Then maybe I'll consider getting it. That's the way the HBO Max one actually came about. Let's just keep that. And so now we got bolts on the inside and the outside of the door. That's a pretty easy way of just adding in a little bit extra detail there. And of course, as we're doing everything else, we'll add in more bolts and like all that crap. So let's see. Let's add in a cube now. And then I'm just going to have this go to the top here. You're not sure? I have been watching Yellow Jackets and SpongeBob. So SpongeBob makes it worth it, right? I think that's a thing that a lot of the... Disney Plus really kind of started that. They were like, oh, the whole reason you want to use us is because we have the nostalgia factor of all these shows that you care about. I don't need I don't need Paramount Plus for SpongeBob. We have AI SpongeBob on YouTube. Have you guys seen that, by the way? The AI kind of like shows that are out. They have the AI SpongeBob on YouTube. Holy cow. That is... And it's not great. It's not good. But it's fun to watch sometimes. I feel like you have to be really not wanting good or any kind of somewhat par entertainment in order to enjoy it. But yeah, I don't even know where to go with that. It is cool to see what is now possible. Whoa, that's just adding stairs everywhere. It is cool now to see what's kind of possible with these different AIs that are coming out. I know we saw the AI Seinfeld, like, holy cow, it must have been like 2 years ago now. And that wasn't great whatsoever, but now it's interesting to see how far that technology has come. Speaking of which, Bill reminds me of to tell you about the documentary I watched. That's absolutely wild. I will talk to you about it. SpongeBob is spitting bars. Oh, you talking about the AI one? Yeah. Dude, and it's so funny because it's like they do all these like singing ones. I think the first time I had saw the singing like version of it, I was like, wait, what? How did they get that to work? How did they do that? It's kind of cool at first, and then honestly, and then it just goes annoying. It's over half the time it's annoying. It's not even like funny. And that's where it's like, I'm wondering at what point, maybe at one point we'll actually get some good entertainment out of it, but I'm not thinking that's going to be anytime soon. That's why everyone that's like afraid of like AI taking their jobs as far as like making movies all by themselves, I'm like, guys, watch AI SpongeBob and then get back to me. Take this and maybe, let's see, we'll turn off proportional editing and I'm going to use this to kind of create like a hole that's going to like be inside of that vault door. The nice thing again is that now that we have this selected, we already have our cursor all the way in the center, so we just set this to set the origin to 3D cursor, and you know, of course, we could just duplicate this and then rotate them around, which we'll do that momentarily. But I want to make the cut into the wall as well, since we're working on this. So let's go ahead and just let's see. Duplicate this guy, scale him by X slightly. We're just gonna chop it pretty deep. And so then now, if I take this guy, let's add a Boolean in and chop out this cube here. Yeah, we could just go ahead and hide that basically. But using this, we'll just use the fast. We do need it to be, let's see, if we grab all of these guys and just extrude them this direction. There we go. And then, yeah, now we hide that. That'll create a wall for us. Which is also what we kind of want. It's shading smooth, but we kind of need it to... That's going to create a lot of deforms on our wall. Unless we do that before the subdivide, which is always possible. There we go. Smooth by angle totally works for us as well. So that way it's not going to have any problems with the edges. And then yeah. So I'm thinking, let's take our Boolean that we created here, this guy, and we're just going to unhide him real quick. And let's see. Just kind of want to scale that up almost. Create the top edge here. And overall, that's pretty close. But yeah, Paramount Plus is, I think when they first launched it, I thought it was kind of cool because they had the card show, which again, I've also heard that's a really good show. And then they also had the SpongeBob, which I never watched SpongeBob growing up. I'd go to friends' houses and we'd watch it at friends' houses, but it wasn't like a thing that I was like, oh, I need to watch that. And I think that's mostly where kind of my mentality has come in with the whole, oh, should I, get Paramount Plus or not? I think I was more interested in even getting Peacock because of The Office. But even still, I didn't get Peacock. I just didn't. So now I'm not really interested at all in in that. So let's see, we're going to rotate this by 45. And we'll go and duplicate this and then rotate this by negative 45. And then duplicate this and rotate it by negative 45. Duplicate this and rotate it by 45. And then we'll do one more. So duplicate, rotate, 45. Duplicate, rotate, negative 45. And then one last one, rotate, negative 45. And that's going to create kind of like all of our cutout pieces of our door here. And they're all just using the same modifier, so we can just join them together. And door cutout. Now, with this being said, let's go ahead and just modifiers disabled, skipping applied. Oh, because I accidentally got rid of my door cutout. There we go. And then, yes, now we could just throw that inside of our Boolean to disable it and not look at it again. Now with our main kind of thing here, which this really screwed up our whole thing, by the way. Oh, because I applied it before the subdivision. That's fine. Let's just take, for our sake, let's just grab this, apply this into our Boolean, and then we can just hide it so that way we don't see it. But then it's always going to be cutting there. And that way, if we want to, we can actually just completely get rid of it later. But for right now, we can just keep it in there, and then that's not necessarily a problem. Let's go ahead and grab this guy, and then we're going to duplicate him and then rotate him on, and we'll just duplicate that, rotate it by 45 degrees. Rotate that by 45 degrees. Duplicate, rotate by 45. And we're just going to keep doing this all the way around because everything is exactly 45 degrees away from each other. And yeah, there we go. Now we have ourselves the kind of locking mechanism on that vault that we've created there. Go ahead and save that. And yeah, so now I want to create this kind of main mechanism that's going to go all the way around. And then it's going to kind of go into this pocket here, I think. We have a different amount of like locks on the vault door. I don't think that's a huge issue. I think we're going to customize this ourselves, and that's where we're going with this. So I'm not too concerned about that. And then overall, we're going to want the outside of this to have kind of like this kind of cog pattern that we have at the top. And we could do that by creating another Boolean that's going to cut into everything on the outside. So yeah, going to the front view here, let's go ahead and add in a cube. And if we just drag that all the way to the very top up here, we're going to try to create that cog like outer edge of it that we're going to be chopping our circle from. And can do that just by adding in different cubes and whatnot to create the shapes that we need. So the very top of this is going to be this piece here, and then if we add in a mirror modifier, so that way everything we do has a mirror element to it, we're just going to create the first piece of the cog, and then everything can kind of just be an array from there. I think it might be the best way to do it. I'm not sure because we do have well, let's try this. So we have bolt factory enabled. Let's go ahead and add in a bolt, and that's going to create a bolt that we already have. I'm thinking a nut is what we need. A hex, a lock, a 12 point. Honestly, the 12 point is exactly what we need. So if we scale this up, we're going to see this outer edge here is pretty close to what we want. So let's go ahead and delete this real quick. Let's go ahead and add in a bolt. And we have a 12 point here. And it's crazy how much you guys can, we can adjust through this. So this is through Bolt Factory, by the way, which is a pretty nice little thing that's added with inside of Blender. And now I just need to figure out the exact settings I need. It's not going to be a bolt. It's probably going to be a nut. It's probably going to be this guy here, but I need it to have the straight between each one. I'm not sure that I can do that. Okay, it's probably not 12 point then. I might not have the ability to do it through the Bolt Factory. So let's see if there's an easier way of doing this. I just want to make sure that the object that I create is pretty consistent all the way around. Yeah, let's go ahead and add in a mirror here, and so that way if I duplicate this, then I'm getting a mirror on the x-axis and then also on the y-axis, so that way everything I do is being duplicated and it's being mirrored precisely. So let's see. Okay, I could probably use the... If we snap this on the y-axis here, and then we're using this kind of like as a grid here, I'm going to line this up where we have 1 cube length in between the two of these here. And then this one right here, we just need to have another 1 cube length basically between the two of them there. And then if we grab all of this, we want to have 1 cube length between the two of them there. And that's going to create like a circle of cubes here that we're going to be using to cut into everything. And then let's see. So that's going to be covering kind of like this center section. And so now, if we grab the outside edges of the selection here and then change this to individual origins, we can duplicate that outwards. Let's rotate that a little bit more. I'm not sure that this is even the best way to do this. I really don't think it is. Because that's not even like a perfect circle. Could also use a circle as a reference. And then this one right here, again, just line that up a little bit. So now that way it is perfectly on a circle. And then we'll select the outside edges of this and then scale that inwards like so. And then, yeah, that creates kind of like this cut piece that goes all the way through the center here. And let's see. Go back to the outside here, and then we grab all of the outside of this and just extrude that. Why is that not? That's fine. We could just use it this way. Okay, great. Now, this is really messy, I know, but we're just going to grab all of the vertices from the top up here and then scale them to 0. And then we'll do the same thing for the bottom here. The idea of this is really just to use this almost like a cookie cutter. And yeah, there we go. And so now we have the inside kind of already created. Let's see, let's real quick. Our vertices are not necessarily lining up here, so all we have to do is just select the top bits, scale that to 0, and then select all of the bottom bits, scale that to 0. And yeah, I think that works a lot better. So now if we just apply our mirror that we have this cutout that we created, and I'm actually, so it's still decently messy, so let's just delete everything and then extrude it downwards. Probably could have been easier just to do it on a cube in the first place, but that's fine. So now we could take this guy and let's rotate him on the x-axis 90 degrees. We're going to use this to kind of chop out the entire center of our vault that we have here. So if we just grab that and place that in there, we're just going to drag it all the way in. It should kind of work. And then now if we grab all of this side of the thing, we just scale it up. And we'll scale it up on the median points. That way everything kind of scales up. And so then everything kind of goes outwards on our selection. And depending on what we set for that, we can set that all under to our Boolean. But before we do that, let's select our main door that we have here. And then we're going to want another Boolean, just like we did before. I'm going to say Boolean fast operator and select our big old cube that we got going on here. And then now, if we select this big cube that we have and throw it under our Boolean, we'll see that we have our cut marks already in there. Now we can make our adjustments by scaling that in potentially, you know, make different adjustments where we need that. And that will change how the outside of that door. You have to go. Have a good stream. And the mic is such an improvement. All right. Thank you so much, Hasselhoff. You have a great rest of your day. And I'm sure we'll see you on the next one. But yeah, so now that is going to cut into our door and give it even more detail than we had before just by using that Boolean modifier that we had. And then, yeah, that I think looks a lot better than just our circle that we had. And now let's go ahead and add in some bolts and stuff like that to really start to play into that. The cool thing about us keeping this Boolean modifier inside of here is we can see all of our Booleans and where they're cutting everything, and we can edit them later. So if we wanted to change, like, let's say the scaling of this guy, we could just grab him and then scale him up or scale him down depending on what we want. So like if I do scale him down, you can see that it's going to be chopping a lot more into our door than we would have had before. So let's just keep him at that size, and then that way he doesn't screw with anything. But yeah, so now we have like all of these big kind of like cogs that are throughout the entire doorway, and we can create the rest of our objects throughout that. I don't know if that's the cleanest way to go about doing this, but it's the best way I could think of right off the top of my head. I'm going to go ahead and add in a circle. Thank you, Ben. We're just figuring it out as we're going along. I'm going to add in a circle here, roughly where we want to have that like little yellow kind of selection chamber or locking mechanism chamber. And then I'm just going to go to the top view of this guy, and then we're going to go ahead and just model him real quick. So go ahead and extrude that outwards, scale it down. And just keep doing that a few times just to create the shape that we want. Which, by the way, Ben, do you know if you guys are going to watch that game before or after I stream? Because I know potentially you guys were going to watch it before I was even done. But I didn't know if you guys already started that or not. I think that works pretty nicely. And then we can even use just like a Bezier curve or something like that for the inside circular function. We could use a Bezier curve. We can also just take this doorway, for instance, duplicate it, and then I'm going to get rid of all of the Booleans that we had. And then let's go into here. I want to... You forgot when the next game was? What happened last night? I probably won't watch it if it's this evening. No, I thought that you guys were all going to watch it sometime today. I could be wrong on that. I'm going to duplicate kind of like this circle that's going on here. And then if I, let's see, let's go out into edit mode here. And This is going to go all the way to the top. And let's see, I also wanted to go to this guy as well as to this, or this, or this. If we just duplicate this thing, now we have ourselves a just a straight edge. So let's go ahead and delete our excess circle that we have, that we added in here. The reason I duplicated that whole thing was now I've got this edge that we've got in here. I could apply our subdivide surface that we already have. And now if I convert this to a curve, we have geometry controls that will allow us to control the size of it, right? So if I change the depth here, then we can create like a pipe along the inside edge of this this circle without us really having to do anything. We already have the circle. We already have the size in which we want it. There's no reason for us to go in and add in a Bezier curve or anything like that and then try to copy it. That's just so much extra work when we could just do it this way. So yeah, now we've got that guy in there and it goes all the way through. Might want to make some adjustments, like we could delete some of these vertices so that way it just goes into this pipe here. And then yeah, now we've got ourselves that doorway mechanism. Already looks so good just through a couple things. It's not like you have to go too crazy. And then once we start adding in some shading and doing some crazy stuff like that, we can really start making this look super nice. I think now we'll create the mechanism on the top piece of the door, and do that just by selecting this guy. Let's go ahead and say cursor to selected and add in a cube. Again, we'll go to just set the scale here. We could do it that way, or again, we could literally just go to our circle that we already have and select the area in which we want this to be. Probably something like this. And all I'm going to do is just duplicate this piece and then make it its own separate object. And then if we go grab that plane now, where is that at? There he is. I'm going to remove the booleans because, again, we don't need the booleans on this piece. We'll just scale it down. So if I grab everything, scale it down a little bit. And then go to the front view here. I'm thinking that we are going to want the back edge of this. And then now if I grab everything and extrude it outwards, we're going to have ourselves the locking mechanism that we really want. I'm just going to create the bevel to be a little bit smaller on this. It's okay to have a bevel, but you know, we don't want too much of one. So yeah, and then let's go ahead and just scale this back inwards since we don't need it to be so large. But it's just that inside locking mechanism area in which we want to have that. I'll probably grab our cylinder that we have and then just delete a few of those. We don't need to see all of that. Could also maybe even use this as extra material, right? So if we grab the outside edges of these, we can grab these on the y-axis and then just go back to the front view here. And yeah, we're going the wrong direction with it. And let's see, let's rotate that around and yeah, I like that. That works pretty nice. And then, of course, we can just go back into here and then we can add in some additional topology. So we need to apply our subdivision surface and then, you know, grab some faces maybe. Let's grab this section of faces and that section of faces. Let's deselect everything else. And add in like a little bit of a bevel or something like that to this. I think that could look nice. And then we'll shade flat from specific angles, of course. And then as long as it'll create those sharp edges that we need. So now it's going to create like this nice little extra topology for like that locking mechanism they'll have. And once we do all of the painting work on top of this, it'll make a lot of this really stand out. But we're just really trying to create kind of this nice door like object. And then we can go in and start to add in some more details later. But yeah, let's go ahead and create the rest of this wall. I think we're pretty close to being done with the modeling aspect of this. And then we can get into some shading and lighting. It's always my favorite part of this whole thing is the shading and lighting section. If I do take this and I duplicate it and we go ahead and apply the subdivisions and booleans, what we're going to get is kind of this chunk here. I want to create the face of like the objects past it. So if I select the outside walls here that we have, let's go ahead and just select all of them. And then if I say select invert, I'm just going to delete everything. Okay. Now what we should have, oh, well, one second. We'll delete edges and faces. How do I keep, I guess what I could do is I could just duplicate everything and then I can say selection invert and then delete, oops, and then I can delete everything. That works too. So now I've got all of our outside kind of like pieces of the cog. I'm going to say selection to cursor to select it. So it should put it in the center of everything here. And then now if I scale everything up slightly, we just don't want it to intersect with our door that we already have. And so what we could do now is if I change this to individual origins and then scale this all on the kind of like, I think if we scale them all up slightly, that could work nicely because it's okay that they're bigger than everything else. And then now all we have to do is just extrude them outwards. And if we extrude them outwards and then again, we're going to scale that up. And then this time, instead of it scaling up and then creating kind of like this outside weird bevel thing that's going on, we're just going to grab those back on the y-axis. We don't necessarily care what it looks like on the back side of this whole thing, but on the front here, we kind of want all of that to line up there. And then, yeah, so that's going to create kind of like the inside of everything. If we grab everything, we just scale it down slightly. It's okay to just add a little bit more room between everything because I think it'll look nice if we do that. And then, yeah, again, we'll just grab all the outside edges of our doorway. And we're just going to extrude that all the way out. And again, we can scale up again just to keep like that in size going. And all we need to do is just grab that back and move that all the way back here. We're not going to see the back side of the vault door, so I'm not too concerned about that side of it. We're just mostly trying to create kind of like this scaling upward effect of everything. And now, you know, of course, if we duplicate this and then we rotate it by, I think it's 25 degrees. Although we could just manually do it, right? It's 22.5 and then scale that guy up. That should work. I think we're going to have to fix some of these though. And yeah, that's going to create all of these different door pieces. This one, for instance, can be out a little bit more, right? Than the rest of it. And it creates that wall that we wanted to have. Let's also add in a subdivide surface. Keep it simple. Does that really do us any good? No. Shade smooth. Oh yeah, that's pretty nice. Shade smooth by angle. That way it keeps its straight edges, but like that one kind of like in the middle, I think smooths it out a little bit better. Okay. Great. Let's go ahead and for this corner over here, I'm wanting to add in a cube, I think. So let's go ahead and do that. Just have that go all the way up the wall, I think. Yeah, we can't really see the edge of that. And then, yeah, okay, so that goes all the way up the wall, and then we could just add in some extra detail onto that corner of it. Just trying to create like this extra outside edge of it. We'll add in some big bolts to this whole door frame as well, since that all needs to happen. Let's see, let's extrude that upwards, and then just create the top piece of this door. How far does the camera go? Yeah, well, we're not going to see this, but might grab that and just have it. So that way we do have it framed. If we ever want to reframe this camera, we can. You know, we're not really too locked into what we have. Then as you guys can see, it's just a lot of just like adding in some of the extra stuff that we're not really going to see from our camera angle, but like, you know, just a ground down there to help with lighting and stuff like that as we're going. I'm just kind of like framing things in as we're doing it here. So I'll just duplicate that and move that upwards. We have this ceiling that, again, we're not going to see. A lot of stuff we're not going to necessarily see, but, you know, it helps to have it modeled. We have these like kind of like light holes that are on our reference image over here, so it might be helpful for us to create those as well. And really look kind of like LED lights more than anything. I'm out of a drink. I'm out of sustenance. And then, yeah, let's go ahead and scale that down. Probably place that somewhere over here. Are we really even going to see that? Not really. Let's see if we can make it a little bit lower. Probably something like that's totally fine. And yeah, go into here and we'll just do the same thing we've been doing. So go to front view, probably extrude and scale that out slightly. Oh, by the way, guys, so there's a carnival in my town. Have you guys ever been to like one of those like carnivals that they set up like locally inside of your town with like all those janky like rides and whatnot? I've always wanted to go to one of those, and then I never have gone to a carnival. I've gone to fairs, which are not the same thing, but I've gone to fairs before, but I've never been to like one of those janky pop-up carnivals. It's always been like one of those things that I've seen like on my way home from work or something like that. And I kind of like low-key want to go to one of them. And then they just had one pop up actually in just in the park down the street from where I live. And now I'm like, dude, I really want to go. And I don't know if it's a bad idea or not. And then of course, this morning on Instagram, I saw like this, you prefer the large statewide ones, like the Big E or something like that. Oh yeah. But I mean, that's what I'm saying though. I've been to like the LA fair and things like that, but I've never been to like a pop-up carnival. And now I kind of just have it as like this bucket list thing that I've always wanted to do now. And I don't it's probably not even a good idea to do it. It's just, then of course Instagram heard my excited desires to do that, and so then it showed me this video this morning of these like swings, and of these like kids just going around the swing and then hitting a fence as it was doing it, because I guess the fence was too high or the swings were too low or something like that. I'm like, oh, okay, so it is janky. Ah, man. I still have hopes, though, to do it, to fulfill my dream of this. And you know what? Maybe it's not as bad as that Instagram video was showing it to be, but oops, let's go ahead and delete that. But that's where I saw this morning. Instagram was like, "Oh, you want to go to one of those janky things? Maybe you should think twice about it." Delete. Merge by distance. So you have done it. How were your guys' experiences with going to those? Was it bad? Was it good? How bad? Because if it's like kind of bad, but not that bad, then maybe you want to try it out. You know what I'm saying? We created this whole nice like thing for the lighting, but we can't even see it. I'm going to pull the camera back slightly, I think. And then is it expensive? Because that's the other thing. I always just imagined everything to be expensive. But, expensive when you're a kid versus expensive now are like two different things, right? Like, I feel like growing up, if we stayed in a hotel at all, it was like, don't drink the water bottles. They're like, you'll break the bank if you drink a water bottle from inside of the hotel room. And then now it's like, oh, they're like $5. It was like all this stress growing up of whether or not you were supposed to do something, and then it just turned out it wasn't that crazy, I feel like that is a lot of childhood versus adultism. Pop-up ones are usually cheap and kind of boring. Not much to do, but I guess it depends on the one you go to. True. I don't know. I see they have like Ferris wheels and like they even have like crazy janky roller coasters and stuff like that. And I don't know, man. Maybe it's just because maybe I am getting to like a weird age where I'm like, oh man, I kind of wished I could have done that when I was a kid, but I didn't. So now I kind of want to. Is that like a thing? I don't know. I just feel like I'm missing out. Like I missed out, guys. I want my cotton candy. Am I allowed to want cotton candy? You turned purple from the pirate boat ride. It's like or the rotating one, the flying saucer or whatever that you get in. Those ones will kill you. Let's change it to a bolt. Let's see. Oh, the circular one almost kind of works. What I need the bit type. There we go. Let's change that to a torque. Nope. Although torque might work. Allen of some kind. I think I like that. And then the top piece of it is not a countersink. Let's change it to a, let's see, pan. Almost. I need the opposite of a countersink. What is that? Oh, dome? Yeah, that's what I want. But I also feel like we have like Six Flags here, and that's always was just like, oh, well, why would we go to a carnival if you could just go to Six Flags? And I get that, I'm not saying that I don't agree with that. Like Six Flags obviously is going to be better. I just think that it's like one of those experience type things where you're like, oh yeah, we just went for the fun of it, Sometimes you do things for the fun of it, not because it's necessarily better. Also, I just want to relate, I just want to relate. It's like when you watch TV shows where like all the kids are going into like these carnivals and like that's a big part of the show. I just feel like I can't relate and I want to. Let's scale that down on individual origins. Okay, and that can work for the 2 bolts there. Let's see. Let's turn that back on. Turn that back on, and we'll join these together. And then let's see, cursor to selected. And we're going to rotate this around the 3D cursor here. And if I just duplicate this and rotate it by 45. See how this is so easy to model, guys? I mean, just doing modular designs is so much more relaxing. You just do it in one area and you just duplicate it to other areas. So you're saying the cotton candy isn't good in those places? Come on. I also haven't had cotton candy in like forever. I feel like that's the other thing I want to do is go to a fairground, because if you go to like a fair, they've got crazy stuff in fairs, dude. Let's see, what we're gonna do is the chair swing ride was always one of my favorites. I did the chair swing ride, but I haven't done it in like forever, dude. Like I feel like that's one of those rides that I haven't done since I was like really little. And yeah, I guess that was one of my favorites too. It's like one of those ones that you kind of forget about though. Oh man, dude. I haven't done that in forever. I know the, let's see, we do a bevel or a subdivide surface. Probably a subdivide surface. I think when like I go to like theme parks now that have that, I think this is the reason why you kind of like forget about those rides. You not necessarily forget that they exist. It's that you go on all of the other like thrill type roller coasters first, and so then you just never go around to the other rides. It's a real Toy Story conundrum here, guys. The rides that you used to go on that you don't go on anymore. Yeah, man, they miss you. So let's grab that, kind of just maybe even rotate it slightly. I think that could work. Something like that. And then if we just take these guys, let's just make sure I do everything I need to for them first. I kind of want to take, let's see, let's take that, smooth it. Let's duplicate it, and then take this, let's see, let's grab them, and then rotate on the z-axis 180 degrees. Okay, well, if we invert it on the y-axis, that's all I really need to do, and then scale that down. Grab that on the y-axis, and then we're just going to create like a little divot on the inside of these. Let's go back to object mode and select our main guy here. And then we're just going to use a Boolean on the very first one. And honestly, we could just delete our mirrors that we have. Well, we could delete the mirror, but keep the subdivision surface. I might even apply that so that way we don't have any problems. But with our Boolean now, we just select our outside cube object that we have here. We'll just select the fast option. And then again, apply that. Now if we go and delete that, we'll just have this inside circle that we have. Probably keep the Boolean for a second. I think it just created like a weird deformation on this. Kind of cool with that because it looks nice. But yeah, so now let's go ahead and take this. Let's take the whole thing and then just like kind of scale it down slightly. Yeah, it's cool. And so now, with this selected, let's say cursor to selected. If we select our outside thing again, let's go ahead and save that. I'm just going to duplicate it, rotate it by 45. We're just going to do that again. Just keep going all the way around. Okay, as you can see, we're just slowly adding in more and more detail as we're going about this. So between each one as well, I was thinking, let's take this. And then kind of just every single one on the in-between of these. All the way around. And before we duplicate it, I just want... Let's deselect everything here in the center. Honestly, let's deselect even that. So yeah, now if we just take these outside edges that we have, let's go ahead and just duplicate these lines that we have here. And then we're going to say P selection. And then now if we go ahead and select those, we can get rid of our booleans that we have. And let's apply our subdivision surface, and then we'll just convert this to a curve. And under our curve settings now, we can go ahead and add in some geometry to our depth. And yeah, now that's going to give us some extra pipelines that we can have. I think it leaves this open, right? Yeah, it does. I think we could say fill caps, and then that way we won't have any problems there. And then the only other thing is we might want the resolution to be a little bit higher. Cool Volt. Oh, thank you. We're certainly getting there. I think pretty soon we can get into doing some shading to this whole thing. Actually, we're probably really stinking close. We just want to add some bolts to the rest of the walls around here. And I think then we'll be in a really good place to start doing that. I'm going to duplicate the bolts that we have on there. And if I just say, let's say, Control I, delete everything, then we'll have like a singular bolt that we want to have. So let's say cursor is to selected, and then grab this bolt here and then say selection to cursor. Let's go to the front view here, and then we just want to grab that bolt that we had and just line it up with probably that. And now, perfect. So now if we take this guy and let's say we duplicate him and then rotate it about 180 degrees. We're just going to join those together, and then let's duplicate it, rotate it 90 degrees, just like we did before. Just kind of adding in all of these bolts. So we're just going to rotate that 45 degrees. And that's just going to be our cap on the front of that. It's crazy how easy it is just to make things look kind of like hard surface, like modeled as if it's just a mechanism. Just add bolts to it. You add bolts to anything, it just makes it look cool. Let's add in another cube over here, and then Just a tiny amount of bevel. Nothing crazy. How's it going, Alex? Looking good so far? I will, because you told me to. Don't tell me what to do. God damn it. Are you logging on to see if I'm going to make it to your to watch the game with you guys? Okay, so let's see. That's that bit there. I could probably add in some detail to these kind of like arches as they're going up. I'm thinking, let's see, let's focus on this over here. If we do duplicate that, what an intense looking door. I think it's not intense, it's average looking. I don't know, dude. I'm gonna just grab that edge there, and then we can convert it to a... Hello, where do you go? We can convert it to a curve and then just add in a little bit more topology to that as well. It's one of my favorite like tricks as of late, because then we don't have to like get Bezier curves and all that stuff to try to line it up. It's just oop, there we go, and then that just adds in this like extra piping that we didn't have before. But now we can grab this and move it on this wall to whatever part we want, and then even have like 2 pipes that are going up it or something like that, and that's just like extra detail that we didn't have before. Hey, how's it going? Oh, Kaisado, how you doing? Thank you. Yes, we're working on this vault door here. Slowly but surely getting it out of the way. I mean, we're getting pretty close on the modeling aspect of things. I think there's, you know, a few more things that we can add into here, but you know, we're getting there. We're getting there. I'm gonna do the same thing for adding in kind of like this pipe lining here to one of the lines here. So if we go ahead and just duplicate that and maybe even move it down slightly to where we might want it. Let's make that its own object, and then if we convert that to a curve, then I might be able to add in some depth to said curve. And yeah, from our camera view, we're barely going to be able to see it, but just adds in some piping. And that's going through the wall to the outside. To the outer world. What do they call it? What do they call that? They call it the out. Now I'm not remembering. Not remembering what the name of the they called. It's not like Borderlands is in my head because I watched the movie trailer for Borderlands last night, which by the way, that looked pretty cool. I'm not although I will say that I'm probably not the best person to talk to about whether or not something follows a video game, because Borderlands I never played, so and we could add in some bolts to that if we really wanted to as well. I mean, are we even going to see that? Do we see? We don't. I just added details outworld. They do not call it the outworld. So, no. It's not the outworld, is it? Wasteland, right? They call it Wasteland. Thought it was called Wasteland. What do they call this said environment? we're not even seeing our freaking... That's annoying. Let's pull out a little bit wider on this lens because I do want to see some of this stuff. We're adding in all this extra detail that we're not seeing. Let's make that a 50 millimeter lens. Does that work? We can always animate this camera too if we really wanted to. Set a keyframe, boop, and then we go to another spot, and then just boop, and then now we set that to 100, and then set that to linear motion, and we got this nice slow pushing. Who doesn't like a little bit of camera movement, guys? See, let's set this to back to object here. Hey Connor, in your J job, do you model things for movies? Like the one you're modeling right now? Sometimes. Nothing this crazy. Not usually worlds or environments. I do a lot of like extra things that you probably wouldn't even know is like VFX. If it is a 3D model, like... Yeah, I added furniture, trees, things like that into the background. Majority of the visual effects I do is compositing, like other things on it. But, I don't get to do much full CG kind of like shots. There is, however, a shot that I will be working on this for this film coming up, and I can't talk about much about it right now, but you guys will see it. You'll see a lot of things. You'll see many things. And many things will see you. Made it a little bit tighter. I think if we grab this and then just rotate it up slightly, I don't mind seeing the very bottom of that. And there we go. I think that works a lot better. So now... And then let's see, let's go to the camera move here. I don't see why we're rotating down. It doesn't make sense as to like the camera movement, but if we do something like that, it should work a lot better. Cool. And you believe it's a wasteland, a specific region? Yeah, it's a region with inside of it, you know. I don't, and also do they colloquially call it something like, I think outer world is, Ben might be correct as to like everything that's not inside of a vault, and then the wasteland is all of the dangerous area in between. Is that how that works? Let's go ahead and add in some bolts. That is a big bolt. Which, by the way, Bolt. Did anybody of you guys watch the movie Bolt growing up? What a great movie. They don't make them like that anymore now, do they? Wow, wow. That's crazy. So we're not Allen wrench. Let's use... So we got a bolt. Instead of the dome, I'm thinking we'll do cap. Nope. Hex. Yes. And then interior, none. Scale that down. Perfect. Got the correct type of bolt that we want to have. A little too large. Probably scale everything down. Is that probably about... Yeah. Maybe even a little smaller than that, honestly. Just have that lined up with the bottom of that. I doubt that the show will go into them in detail, but Far Harbor, Commonwealth, etc. are the other spots in the world as well. Not everything stayed desolate. What are you talking about? What are you saying that they actually moved on and then there was like a... Are you giving spoilers right now, Ben? Come on, man. Set that to 0, and I'm thinking we just scale that outwards. Let's see. Let's use another array here. 0. Cool. And that's pretty much it. I was thinking it might be nice to just have a little bit of overlap, but that actually might be a little extra. So if we go into our second array here, we could just increase the amount of the count. And then that way it just is like consistent throughout. It's probably the best way to do it. And then yeah, let's just duplicate that, move that down, and then we can control the amount of distance between them. So then we just have these larger panels that everything is kind of like placed on. Which honestly, we probably just get rid of that top one and then just duplicate this upwards, right? Like, it makes sense for everything to kind of be like on big panels. Again, something on the super side, which we're probably not even going to see because of the way we're going to color grade this and everything, so I'm not too concerned about it. But, let's see. Okay, great. If I add in a cube now, we're going to want to scale everything up. This is going to kind of just be our lighting. So let's add in a new collection here called, let's call it lighting. And I just messed that up because my cable got in front of that. So let's just go lighting. And then we'll grab our cube here. Where you at? Move you over into our lighting section. We have our main collection. This is all so messy, guys. But for our lighting here, let's go ahead and just turn off viewport display or viewport visibility. We can actually even easier than that because we actually want to keep viewport visibility on. Let's go to viewport display on this and display it as a wireframe. So that way the lighting is still being interacted by it, but it's nothing crazy. So let's go ahead and hit the save button there. And that's going to do us well for lighting. If we do want, because we'll have other lighting things in here, we can turn on indirect only for the lighting of this collection. So everything inside of here will be invisible and is just going to basically just interact with the lighting that we have. But yeah, so now if we go ahead and set this to render view, we can see exactly what's going to happen inside of our scene. Which, by the way, I don't know if you guys noticed or not, I haven't been saving. So I just hit the save button for the first time in probably an hour and a half. So don't do that. Over inside of our render settings, let's swap this over to cycles, and then I'm going to set this to GPU. Let's go ahead and save that. And so yeah, if we set this to render, everything will be super dark because there's no lights inside of our scene, and we're inside of like this really dark place. Could fix that by, let's see, let's look at some of our references here. Let's first start by creating our ambient lighting from the real world, right? Our overworld stuff. And we can do that all pretty easily. So let's organize our collections first, and then we can go from there. So let's go to here to create a model, and then drag all of our bolts and everything that we've created inside of our model. And then for our main collection here, we could just select everything, move that down to our model. All of these cubes and circles and everything, which is all separate objects that we're going to have to add shaders to later. The first one that we are going to add a shader to are these kind of like ports or portal like things that we're going to want to have some lights built into them. So let's add a modifier here, and we'll just add in a Boolean modifier real quick, and then cut out these circles that we did. Just do fast as our option. And if we apply that real quick, what we'll notice is that there should be a hole, which it didn't actually add a hole in there. All right, then let's not worry about it because we already have enough space. I just realized that as well. So if we say cursor to selected for this whole thing here, and we go ahead and add in a point light, let's go ahead and just move that back slightly. This point light's just going to be kind of in front of this wall here, but also just right here. And this is going to be super bright. We're just going to increase the brightness of this to like even 1,000. Probably something pretty crazy like 1,000. And then our object here, we're going to want to add several materials to it. So before we do that, let's go ahead and take this, duplicate them, move them all the way over there. So now we got 2 bright lights behind both these kind of like light portal like things that are going to go to the outside world. And then on this, let's go ahead and create a new material. And this new material, we'll just call this black metal. And then let's add in a new material, and this is going to be called glass. And here we could probably just adjust this and make it glass. And we'll notice that now we should have light inside of our scene. And we can change the amount of roughness that these things have. Should just work. Oh, right. Of course it's not going to work. So then we need to go into edit mode here. And then let's select the face in which we want that to have. Then we hit assign. And then now that's going to have light that's going to go through it and then light up the entire environment. Now that might be way too bright. Although it doesn't really matter if it's super bright because at the end of the day, I don't want it to be blown out, but maybe I do. Let's try some different lighting situations here. We should see a second light port over here, but might have something to do with our modifiers. Not quite sure. There we go. I think it was because the light was on the other side of the vault. And then, yeah, let's mess around with some of these adjustments here to really get this to look like what we want it to. It's okay if it's a little more blown out because we don't really need to see anything on the other side because theoretically that's supposed to be like the sky that's coming from there. But a lot of the lighting that we're going to have on the inside here is going to be more like artificial lighting. So let's see. I want to look up some reference images from the Vault show and then just kind of like, or not the Vault show, but let's look up, let's see, Fallout Vault scenes. And I just kind of, ooh, like, see, you got kind of like this warmer light coming from like behind them. And, I guess everything really is blown out on the inside. I'm just kind of thinking those aren't fluorescent lights. No, they're lights to the outside world, as far as my understanding is, right? We have this reference image here. Are they could be fluorescent lights. I don't know. I think they are windows to the outside. At least that's what I thought they were. Maybe they're not. I could be completely wrong on that. Is this from... Oh, that's from the game. That's hilarious. I like... so before they open it, they have like this very like kind of like warm feeling kind of like color grade that's happening to the inside of the whole like thing. Probably because of a lot of like the kind of like yellow interior and stuff like that that they have. And I love how that plays into everything. So if we were to try to light this a little bit from the inside, let's go ahead and first add in like an area light here. Go ahead and scale that up. add in some kind of like overarching light that we'll have inside of our scene. And we just want to create kind of like this more warmer kind of like interior that we would normally have. Let's see. Let's create something a little bit like that. That's a little too purple even. Just feeling like a little more tungsten. I'm also thinking we might want to have some shape to this. Especially since I like the idea of these lights really kind of feeling like this is a dangerous area, like nobody's supposed to really walk over there type of thing. So if we duplicate this and then have this kind of come in from the side over here, maybe even as a spotlight instead of as an area light, and then get more of that kind of like cold interior. And then have that like barely on the bottom side of the door there. I might even increase the intensity of this to be quite a bit larger. Let's also change the amount of blend that this has. And that's probably way too blue, so let's take out some of the saturation from there. And then yeah, we're just kind of like creating like this light that's coming from maybe another hallway door that's coming from over here, you know? And that's where I think a lot of that should feel like it's coming from. Let's see. I feel like if we have that lean into it more there, it'll feel more like the window is casting the light, which is also kind of cool. Should feel almost like backlit. We'll just increase the brightness now. We can always decrease these things later because as we start to add in the metallic color, I feel like that's going to make everything feel a lot darker anyways. Let's see, our fall off. So that's our power, soft fall off. Okay, I like that for right now, and then we can always make some adjustments going forward. But I think this is a good starting place, at least for the lighting, and especially for getting us started on some of the color grading aspects of things. And duplicate this light, and then we want to catch the front of this, so that way this kind of like stands out from the darker background. Gotta look at a lot of these things as like kind of like how would a gaffer light it on a film set, because that's how we're trying to artistically create this light on all of this, is that we need to have certain aspects of the image really pop out here. And so for instance, having kind of like this catch the light a little bit brighter here, darker back there, and then a little bit brighter here, and then maybe even darker here, kind of makes a little bit more sense to like how you want your eyes to be engaged and create this silhouette that's natural. And then really make it feel more realistic. I'm going to, let's see. Okay, not that we're really going to have too much of a not that we're going to have too much of a depth of field to this thing, especially with how this specific composition is set up. But I do like to set up some kind of depth of field. There's always going to be just a little bit. So if we have this collection all the way up here, we'll call this camera. And inside of my camera collection, I always like to add in an empty, like a plain access, and just call it focus, so that way we can set our focus of our camera to a specific object. And so then I'll set the depth of field to our focus, and we can, you know, change the scaling of this to whatever size really works best for us. For this, we'll probably just set it to 1. The biggest issue we actually have with our scene, by the way, we didn't really care too much about this because it doesn't really matter for our particular instance, but we didn't set our world size to be like a very specific size. Whereas that can be very useful to do that if you're, you know, concerned about how camera tracking is or the depth of field. We're more so concerned about how artistically getting what we're trying to do across, and that'll change a lot of our choices going forward. Let's see. Let's go ahead and turn this off of render view real quick, and I do want to go to front view here. We're going to go ahead and add in some bolts to this spot here. Let's go ahead and scale this down. Yeah, so we'll take that, duplicate it, and even rotate it slightly. That should work great. Let's join those together. I don't know what Control K does, but I just pressed Control K. And then now, with our 3D cursor, let's go ahead and set it to this again. And then if we rotate this on the 3D cursor, let's go ahead and duplicate this. Rotate 25. No, rotate 45. Yeah, 45 is great. You can never get away from you can never get away from the modeling. There's always more modeling that needs to be done. Go to there we go. Cool. Okay, great. So now we got some more bolts in there. Never ending amount of bolts, guys. Never ending. You know, to have a vault door really feel like a vault door, you have to have a lot of bolts because that makes it feel locked, you know? And it's got to feel locked. Otherwise, it don't feel locked. I don't know what I'm saying. It's I'm gonna grab all of these bolts that I just added in, and then to copy the reference image, go and just duplicate them and then just scale them up slightly, so that way they're just slightly farther away, and so that way we've got a set of 4. And yeah. Let's go ahead and grab those by the Z-axis and then just bring them out. And then change this to scale on individual origins. And then we can go ahead and scale that down. Cool. Okay, great. So now we have this camera view here. I think that looks nice with the camera push in. If we were to render this out, that's what I would do. And of course, this will be in the project file. So if you guys ever want to like actually render it out yourselves, feel free to do that. We could even take like a green screen footage of somebody walking and then place that on the interior of this walkway here. As this camera is pushing in, but I'm not going to do that for this stream because obviously we don't have time. But yeah, so let's go ahead and start adding in some shaders to this scene, and then that will really help us see where everything is going and then make some adjustments as we need it. So the first thing we will do is let's just go ahead and do the interior of the door moving outwards. We have two different materials that we're going to want to have. So the first one that we'll do is the yellow paint. And then it goes into kind of like the rusty kind of color past that. So let's add in a new material after that, and then we'll call this rusty metal. Yellow painted metal probably is the best way to name that one. And yeah, I mean, we'll just go ahead and for right now, for our purposes, just make this yellow, and then let's make this rusty color, and then we can add in some materials later on in a second about that. But if we select the kind of this whole front door, we're going to want to deselect this centerpiece, because that is our yellow front door. So then we have this rusty, and then we hit assign, and then sure enough, you'll kind of see that happen there. Okay, I'm going to try to deselect less of this middle piece here. Hit assign. Okay, that's a lot better. So now it's just the front part is the yellow. I want that to really stand out. And then sure enough, we'll go ahead and select yellow painted metal here. Yellow painted metal here. And yellow painted metal here. Great. And then everything else, it'll be similar colors. The bolts, for instance, though, will not. They will be all yellow painted metal. I'm going to select all of them. I mean, we're not even seeing these down here. I don't know that it's a huge issue, but might as well. Join these all together and then make sure they're yellow painted metal. We have all of these pipes, which same as the rest of this. It's not, so we all have like this silver kind of metallic material as well, and that's what those will be. All of the, let's see, all of those guys, let's select them. And these guys, let's join them all together. Actually, no, we don't want to join these all together, but these will be yellow painted. And then these will be rusty. And then we have the kind of outside pieces of this thing, which will be slightly different than the actual door, but the grate material as well. So there's going to be a kind of like silver metal piece as well. So let's create a new one, silver metal. And that's going to be all of these guys. So we'll add in silver metal. And silver metal, let's just take this metallic and then we'll just turn it all the way up so that way we can see it. Turn the roughness down slightly on it. And see, do we want these center pieces to be rusty? I suppose we do. Do that, or they could be silver. No, I think rusty works best. Let's do it this way. If we just all join them together, then that works because it's all just the same material. Also, for painting purposes later, this is going to be a lot easier if it's all just one material. Yeah, so we have then all these bolts. Let's go ahead and select all of them. They could all just be rusty as well. I'm thinking... Okay, let's actually go here to the modifiers. We apply our modifier. And then if we select all of our bolts, just for ease of painting later, I'm going to consolidate a lot of this stuff into like single objects. And then that way we can easily paint rusty materials just on like one pass rather than doing a bunch of stuff. Okay, let's save that. And then now, for the yellow paint, though, we're going to want the kind of interior of a lot of this. Let's select everything and then just add bevels. We could probably do that on a modifier as well. And then now if we just select everything, add the tiniest of bevels. It's fine. I can live with it this way. I'm thinking though the inside of all of these pieces should be yellow and then the exterior is not. So if we go to the front view here, let's remove this bevel. Let's change this color to yellow painted metal. And then we add in the silver metal here. And now, if I just select the front faces of all of these objects, which we could do by pressing 3, it'll make it a lot easier. Just have to select all the front-facing objects here. I think we could do that just by doing this, right? And then if we go to the side view here, all I have to do is deselect everything that's a side object. So yeah, so now all the front-facing objects here, we just hit the assign for the silver. And so then now the yellow is only on the interior of all of these objects. It'll give a little bit more visual interest to these as well. And yeah, we'll just do the same thing for these other ones. So yeah, everything is a yellow painted metal. And then we go into here and then it's a silver metal. And if we go to the front now, select everything from the front. And then go to the side and then deselect everything from the side view. This all should be silver, so we hit assign. And then everything else is yellow. Should work nicely. Easy ways of being able to see this, by the way, is if you go to yellow paint, and then we go down here to our settings, or sorry, our viewport display, and then we just set this to like yellow. We can see the yellow color coming through on everything that's yellow. And then on our silver one, we could just go and select silver. Just make that a little bit darker, then we know that that's all silver. And then the rusty stuff, same thing. Just go into here, add a bit of a rusty color to it. We have to select the rusty color first. But yeah, so then we just add a little bit of a rusty color. So now inside of our viewport display, we could see it pretty easily. And then that'll allow us to know if we missed anything. Okay, so now we have our back wall all the way back here. Do you think we need to select that? And then let's just select... I think overall selecting yellow is not a bad idea. That way that highlight really comes through since it's going to be all the way back there. And as soon as we start adding in all the materials and whatnot, that'll make it a lot easier for us to see everything. Okay. All these front pieces, I'm thinking we're probably going to want to go more on the silver route than anything. So let's select all that as our silver metal. And we'll select this whole grate, add in silver metal. Silver metal. And then the railing itself, probably silver metal. Although it's going to make it a lot darker, so I'm not sure. Let's play this by ear. I'm not sure I'm a huge fan of that. So let's remove the silver metal and then create a railing. And then we'll make our own adjustments, of course, to this. But yeah, let's go to our viewport display here and then just set it to as like a slight green. And we'll make sure that we select that for everything. So railing. But yeah, once we do that, then we can find textures for everything and then start to pipe everything in pretty simply. So silver metal for the back sections. Yeah, okay, great. From a lighting perspective, I think we're right there. And then now all we need to do is start texturing all of this stuff up. Probably good with leaving the outer ceiling as its own thing. Want that whole thing probably to be silver, silver, silver. And then all of these pipes can be yellow. It's pretty easy as far as like a material perspective goes because everything is kind of just, you know, rinse and repeat. They had a very limited amount of colors when creating these vaults, guys. Okay, I like the lighting, and then of course the box is going to have its own color. So let's create a new material here called box. And what color is the box? Greenish. And then our wire, of course, can be box. Okay, so now let's go ahead and open up the shader editor and then start to really dial in a lot of these shaders. And then we're probably going to need to adjust a lot of the lighting with it because we are pretty far off from what we need it to be. But yeah, so let's go ahead and find some... Let's find some rusty materials to get us started with, and then we can go from there. So I like to go to poly textures. Go to textures here, and then we'll find ourselves some metal textures to mess around with. And let's do the rusty color first, and then go out from there. Let's do this one, and then we can adjust probably the color to our liking. 4K is totally fine. 4K is fine because then I can upload this to Patreon for you guys, no problem. And then you guys just download the textures directly from there. I noticed that if I do a larger than 4K, then it becomes difficult. Okay, let's do a vertical split here, shader editor. And let's select the rusty texture here, and then let's start screwing around with that. Now, if we view the roughness first and foremost, we'll notice that everything's freaking out here. So let's see if generated gives us better results. And then let's add in a color ramp so we can really see, because obviously everything's pretty white here, but we want to see the scaling of everything. So then from there, let's go ahead and add in a value node. And it's currently set to default of 1 here, so let's just plug that in so it doesn't freak out. But now if we scale this to be a larger number, we'll notice that the scaling of our texture goes up, which works pretty nicely for us at the scale of 3. And then we can probably mute that. But now if we plug our vectors into all of our other image files, they will all get the same exact settings rather than whatever your default UV unwrap settings are. So now if we go view our principal BSDF, we have this pretty basic base color, and we can plug in our normals, our roughness to it, and that'll change the roughness. Now keep in mind, this is not using the color ramp. If we want it to have more roughness, we can always add in a color ramp and then make some adjustments, and then I'll add in like all of this kind of like wetness that's going on in here, this moisture, which maybe it's not necessarily a bad idea to have some kind of roughness there. I think maybe having something makes it look a little bit more metallic in nature. And then of course we can always plug in the base color, and that's going to be a pretty dramatic change to a really darker version of it. And then our normals here, we need to convert to a normal map. So we can plug that directly into a normal map and then plug that into our normals here. And then that will make everything feel a little bit more 3D in nature. Now, of course, our displacement, we then pop that over to our displacement. And then that'll make any, if we have dramatic lighting, it probably would be a little bit more obvious in what it's doing there. I'm probably going to want to take a saturation before this diffuse and then desat it about 0.5 or so. Maybe even less. If you can make it completely desaturated, which you can see happening for... Oh, this is our vector. Whoops. Let's go and delete that real quick. We're going to want it after our diffuse. So let's add in a hue and saturation. And then, of course, if I add in a 0.5, you'll see everything kind of become a little more grayscale. If I remove saturation completely from this, it just makes it like kind of like a black and white texture. And we could always increase the value of this to get this to be a little bit brighter, because potentially we're having some issues with this. So with it being too dark. Now if I add in the saturation, but also increasing the value to a larger number, then we're going to get a brighter kind of material that we have here. And of course, we're going to play around with this to really get what we want this to have. Probably going to lessen the amount of saturation quite a bit, and then we can increase the value of this to something a lot larger, and then that will, you'll see that it's actually kind of like duplicating a lot of our materials all over the place, and that is kind of problematic, obviously. So we're gonna need to make some adjustments on top of that. One of the things that kind of saddened me about the new version of Blender is that it doesn't have Musgrave anymore as a material or as a noise texture option, which is kind of unfortunate. It was like my favorite. It's my favorite. It was my favorite, and I'm not supposed to have favorites, but I did. So okay, and let's see. Let's take this whole thing and then do Smart UV Unwrap on this as well. And then going back over here, instead of using generate it, let us change that to UV. And then grate, that works a lot better. I've got this outer ring here that's still causing a problem. What is that? It's still there. Is it from... Oh, I think I know what it is. So we've got our subdivisions, our booleans, and our other booleans. Let's apply all of that. Now if I take all of that and then smart UV unwrap it, it should fix the problem. I think the booleans happening down the stack was an issue. All good. We can fix those things. But yeah, okay, so our color that we're getting right now is this guy here. Another thing that we could do instead of using this hue and saturation, while that does work, we could also just use a color ramp. And if the color ramp is plugged in after this diffuse, let's go and just delete that real quick, and we just view this directly. We can actually just make it grayscale that way. And you can change the amount of the differentiation through this levels option here. So I'm going to probably do it this way. And then if we make this, you know, kind of like a little bit more rusty, kind of like color. And then we plug this directly into our base color. And then we view our principled BSDF here. That'll give us kind of like this overall kind of just somewhat metallic in nature effect, but it's not super like broken with like these like lighter portions of the metal. But I think this is a lot more realistic. Now all we have to do is go into our settings here. We can adjust how wet everything is, or how reflective it is anyways. And then of course we could also take the roughness that we have here, and we're going to want to invert this. So let's invert the color, plug this into an invert, and then plug this into metallic. And that's going to control how metallic our material is, as well as how rough it is. Now, metallic, we're going to want to have it invert it from the roughness, because the roughness is going to be less rough than everything else. Which, by the way, we could also, if we wanted to see what that would look like, we just invert that on top of it. You'll kind of see it feels more plasticky or clay-like. So that's why we want to have it be less rough and more metallic inside of our shader. And that's going to catch the light pretty nicely on everything. And it has like this nice, disgusting, like kind of like edges to it. If we want to add in a little more detail to it, we can go in with a paintbrush and a surface imperfections, and then really add in like those light scratches that would happen around the edges of everything. The other thing we could also potentially do is if we take an ambient occlusion and we just view the ambient occlusion here. Let's go ahead and do that, and then add in a color ramp. We can make this super contrasty, and we could see what it's going to do here. It takes kind of like all the edges of your entire object, and then it creates, you know, like a map for where those areas are. We can use this actually to further create some enhancements on us. The only problem is that this is ambient occlusion is based off of, well, actually, we can even see our displacement, what our displacement was doing there. This ambient occlusion is based off of the lighting inside of your scene and all the objects that are around it. So that's not exactly the best way to go about adding in scratches on the edges, but it is an option if you guys wanted to mess around with that. I'm probably going to go in and hand paint a lot of this stuff because I like doing that, and I think it looks better in the end of the day if you put in the effort to make it look nice. So great. So that's going to be like our rusty kind of like metallic effect that we will have on everything. We could probably take this whole stack of nodes here. And then if we go over to our material view here and then just go to silver metal, we'll probably want to have all of this inside of here. So let's go ahead and just add that into everything. And then let's go to solid. Well, we can stay there. I have everything like here. And then primarily we're going to want this. We'll select everything and then just smart UV project everything one object at a time. We could probably join all of this together. I don't think that hurts anything. But now you'll notice that since we added that metallic into it, everything kind of has this dirty effect to it, and we don't want everything to be as dirty. Like I want just very specifically the rust to mostly be on the center of this, and as it moves away, it be less rusty. So we can control actually that through how much of this is being metallicized. So let's change that here. I'm going to actually just duplicate this. Everything is going to be super metallic. Just make that 100% metallic. And then our roughness here is the thing that we're really controlling. So let's see. So now this is going to have more sheen on it than the outer edges of this wall here. And as I said earlier, like the entire render just gets super dark the more metallic objects you have in it, because all the lighting is kind of just getting sucked away. With our lights that we already have in here, we just make them way freaking brighter, and then that helps solve the problem. Since everything is just so dark, might just duplicate this around and then just make it darker over there, but don't want it too dark, so I'll probably just keep it at like a 2000 or something like that for our wattage level for this corner over here. And then we'll just keep that in mind. We basically just, we know what we have to do in order for this to feel, you know, how we want it to feel with the amount of light that we have. We don't want it to be too dark. We don't want everything to fall away. So let's just keep that in mind as we're working on this. Also notice that you can't really see the fence, so I'm going to cheat this a little bit. I know that's not realistic to do that, but I did want to see that from this camera angle. So it helps us to have that. All right. I mean, already we're on a good track just by adding in a couple materials. We didn't really do anything yet. Now we just have to do the yellow painted material. And then we're going to have a lot of hand painting to do inside of here. But I think already this is putting us in a good spot for what the outside material is going to look like. We don't have to do too much work on like the hand painting of this, because we could just use those kind of like textures and importing those and just using those in smart ways. So let's go ahead and save that. I think it'd be smart for us to find a painted material, something like this green metal rust material that we have here. I like to use this one because it's already kind of the effect that we want. We just have to change the color from green to yellow. So let's go ahead and download this, save that into our folder, and then we'll go ahead and unzip it. And now if we go ahead and select our yellow texture that we have here, let's start editing some of the shaders that belong with this guy. So currently we just have our yellow principled BSDF in here, and then we're going to want to add in some of the other textures. So we'll have our green, we'll have our metallic rust displacement that's going to go over here, and then our normals. And just like we did before, honestly, we could probably just view our roughness just to see what's happening and like how all the UV unwrapping is happening. I like to add in again a color ramp, because we're probably going to want to adjust all of these things ourselves. But if we just make this a little bit contrastier, we could see how that is being transitioned to everything. And the only problems we're really having is this side wall over here. So we can, or even this back wall. So we can fix those. But I really like the scaling it's doing to everything here. So I think that's all good. So I don't think we really need to do much to that. So let's plug this roughness directly into the roughness of our shader. And then if we plug our green diffuse into the base color, the one thing we're going to want to do from this green is not make it green. We're going to want to make it yellow. So I'm probably going to use a hue shifter of some kind. This might be the easiest way of doing it. You could use a hue shifter. And again, if we view this, Change the saturation here. Change the value. And then we're really trying to get like that kind of like bright yellow effect that's going on here. So if we just change the value to be something like a 5 even, something crazy, there's like kind of like our yellow texture that we can use. And we'll plug that into our base color. And so now, of course, our normals, as usual, we need to convert that to normal space by adding in a normal map. And then plugging that into our normals. And then now if I view this principled BSDF, we're going to have this yellow texture on here. Now, this is only getting plugged into our roughness, which is this kind of like grayscale effect that we have going on here. I like the idea of like having, you know, some kind of like white dried out areas on this paint. And then we can also use this to invert it and plug this into our metallic like we did before. So just plug that into the color, plug that into metallic. And then, yeah, now we're going to have like these yellow metallic kind of effects going on here. If you control the amount of metallicness through this effect. I also want to potentially I don't want it to be too metallic because I don't want to get super dark. I like how vibrant the paint is, which means that it would be less metallic in nature. Let's see. I'm kind of cool with that. Let's smart UV wrap on all this, so that way we're getting correct kind of textures onto everything back here. That's all correct. I just need this back wall here probably. Okay, that's all good. And then this locking mechanism down here is basically all I need, so smart UV unwrap that. Fantastic. So we'll go ahead and save that and then keep that in solid view. Over here, now we just view our principled BSDF. Okay, that's pretty nice. Yeah, I think I like that. All of these objects around here, let's go ahead and select them. They all need to be rusty as well, so I think it'd be smart to just select every single one of them. Are they using arrays right now? They are. They're being mirrored. So probably need to go through here and just apply everything. And then now, if I go ahead and select all of this, and I just join them together, I think that'd be a good idea. Looks good so far, but I honestly got lost when you started working with the nodes. Oh, I'm sorry. Just set the origin here to 3D cursor. Sorry if I'm not explaining everything as best as I can. A lot of this sometimes is we're just rushing through it to get it done. You know, okay, and then also these could be silver metal as well. I like that, yeah. But primarily what we're doing here is we're taking the diffuse color and plugging that into our principal BSDF, and then of course our metallic color, plugging that into the metallic. The only time things get crazy is if, for instance, let's see, if for instance, like for this guy right here, we're just changing the saturation on this before it goes to the base color, and then the rusty roughness that's getting plugged into roughness, we're inverting it for the metallic, because roughness is basically how rough an object is. And all of these, by the way, these colors of roughness that we have here are just black and white photos, and you're using these as mats. And the way the shaders work is from 0 to 1 is basically a value. It's kind of like binary. It's 0 to 1. And then you're doing it through an image form, which is from black to white. And you can control how much something is by what color value that is from the 0 to 1 factor. And so on here, for instance, you can see the 1 is white and then the zeros are black. And so what it's doing is it's adding in kind of like more or less of something. And plugging into roughness means that the closer to 1 it is, the more rough it is, and roughness is basically less reflective, and having no roughness is more reflective. And so metallic is 0 to 1, 0 is less metallic, 1 is more metallic. And then same with pretty much everything. So base color and like all that stuff. Base color is just more based on like the brightness level of stuff. And then that's where you can deal with color and whatnot on top of that. But I love to use color ramps because you can control how much contrast there is on an object by just 2 sliders here. And that controls everything. You can also do it with curves. I think color ramps are the best way to do it. And then if I wanted to, if this wasn't like a black and white situation where I was just saying it's from 0 to 1, you can add in color to like just this black channel here by changing this to whatever you want it to be. But again, you don't necessarily need to do that. So yeah, so then this gets plugged into all of that there. And so now we have got ourselves, you know, this nice kind of like yellow paint effect that we've got going on here. And then the only other thing we need to do is then take this and then plug it into the displacement. So I could then take that into the displacement. And again, this is a black and white value that it's doing here. So if we wanted to, we could take a math node, which it looks like we're going to have to anyways. We could take a math node and then multiply this black and white photo by some value. And, you know, the less the value is, like a 0.01, it's multiplying it by 0.01. So it's just basic math. So if you had 1 multiplied by 0.01, then the answer is 0.01, right? So then if it's like, you know, 0.7 times 0.01, it's going to be a really small value compared to that. And I am not going to do that math in my head for you guys right now, but that's basically how that works. So the higher this number is, let's say it's an 18, the more bump value you're going to get on your texture here. So I'm thinking a 0.1 for us is probably going to be a little bit closer to what we want. The only thing we really have to stay away from is I don't want this yellow to turn into green, because like right now it feels a little green to me. And we can adjust all of those things through our hue and saturation thing here. So if I go and view this hue and saturation thing, I can change the amount of our hue change right here. So this is like a 0.42 maybe. That's making it a little more green. 0.38. That's going to make it a little bit more yellow on the amount of our hue change that we're doing here. And I might even do it like a 0.39. Yeah, I think that works pretty nicely. I just don't want it to be green as much. Okay, great. Now we can go in and do all of our painting that we want to have on top of everything else. And this is where our node graph can get really crazy, is all of the painting stuff that we're going to do on top of it. But we'll keep it pretty simple. I mean, we're going to do some painting primarily on this rusty metal texture that we have here. which is just this main guy here as well as this guy here. I'm probably going to want, let's see. We do not have modifiers on either of these, so it might just make our life a little bit easier if we just join these guys together. And then, of course, let's jump over to our texture painter. So we'll first do this by adding in an image texture. And let's create a new image texture that we will call Rusty Edges. And then let's make this a 4096 by, well, let's actually just make it a 2048 by 2048 photo. So just a square 2048 by 2048 photo. Hit new image, and then let's go ahead and view that. So now everything that's going to be where this yellow paint material is going to have that. Now we didn't mean to do it on the yellow paint thing, so I'm actually going to go ahead and delete that. Go over here to our rusty metal material, add in a new image texture. We already created that new image texture, and we're just going to find Rusty Edges. And if we go ahead and load that, it'll make everything in our entire area black. Now if we go over to our texture paint module, we can go ahead and paint in everything that we want. So this is our vault door, but everything is black. And the reason why is because we want to paint on the areas in which we want to have like a very specific, maybe a different shader, right? So we have this like really dark kind of like metallic shader for the rest of the door, but then maybe on the edges there's always like that kind of like cut edges to a material. And that's where we're going to be like, okay, maybe for that, we want it to be a specific thing. So we have this paintbrush right here. And if I just start painting on here, you'll notice that it starts to paint onto our material thing. But it's all pretty basic. And it looks, looks basic. It doesn't look super clean. So let's go into this. So we're going to go to texture paint here. And interestingly, let's see. So we have our rusty edges thing. We're going to want to use some surface imperfections. Now I have a surface imperfections pack that has been uploaded to my Patreon. And if you guys are Patreon subscribers, you guys get the, go ahead and get the download pack for that. And I'm going to show you guys how we're going to use those. So we have these textures here. And if I hit new for our texture mask specifically, we can load in some new materials. So let's go over here to our texture that we just created, and we're going to say open. And then I have our surface imperfections pack. We can just use 1K textures, and we have all 50 different textures here. Now I've got a bunch of scratches here that actually work perfectly great. So I'm just going to go ahead and select probably scratches 8 right now. And then this scratches material will create a mask that we're going to use. So first of which, we're going to our mapping section. I think that's all good. All of that's good. Let's go back to our tools now. And we just need to make sure that under texture that it's not using a texture, but under texture mask, it is using the texture. And then now all we have to do is for our stroke, I think we need to hit rake. And now if we just go ahead and drag this, you'll notice that it's raking the effect. And we'll also hit random. Our size here can adjust the scaling of our image. And that'll adjust the amount of the rake as well. So the larger this number is, I think the further away everything is. Oh no, it's not. Okay, and then our stroke here, let's see. We can add in a certain amount of jitter into this. Oh, that's interesting. I don't think we're going to want jitter. I think that's all good. Great. So now, if we just go into our edges here, all we're going to want to do is really just paint in the areas in which the corners are. So I'm going to scale everything kind of down here, and we're just going to paint in where these corners are. And it's okay that it's not perfect. I'm just using my mouse right now. I don't even have like a, you know, a tablet or anything like that. We're just going to paint in all the areas in which our corner exists. It's okay if it's not perfect. It's just got to look, you know, kind of like it's following the edges. We're creating kind of like this kind of like effect where there's going to be a lighter metal material that's probably more like what's that, like shiny kind of effect that metal sometimes gets. That's basically what we're trying to do here, is create that effect. So we're just gonna follow this edge, and we're just gonna do this to every little bit. So yeah, just go ahead and add that in. Yeah, there we go. That's one. And then, yeah, just do that same thing to everything. And it's okay if we rush it because, again, it looks better the worse it looks. It's funny. That's how this kind of like kind of goes, is like, honestly, the worse job you do here, the better job you do. So don't spend too much time crying about this. That's pretty nice. That was even an accident, but that's totally cool. And then, yeah, I'm just going through and painting all of it. I'm not too concerned, by the way, of all the crap that's showing up on here. That's because I accidentally added the rusty edges to that one first. We're going to be repainting that section, so I'm not too concerned about that. It's primarily because the Smart UV unwrap that we did is using a different section of it. Although, interestingly, we're going to have it pop up all over our stuff as we're going. Way to avoid that is to use separate textures for different objects. I'm just not too concerned about it because it actually kind of looks nice if, like, in the middle of nowhere we just get, like, you know, this crap that shows up. Although we may actually have to use separate materials, but we'll cross that bridge when it happens. Just depends on how it looks. Then we'll do this bottom piece here as well, and then honestly, that might look cool. Yeah, and then we have to do this whole door frame as well, potentially, so that's going to be a separate thing. But yeah, let's see. Let's go back to object mode here, and then great. So that's this door. We just added in all of like kind of like these scratches around like the different sections. Let's go back to, let's keep this on texture paint here, but let's go back to our layout now. And then with our rusty edges selected on the inside here, basically what we need to do is we're going to create a whole new material. So rather than using this principled BSDF that we have right there, we're going to add in a new principled BSDF. And this new principled BSDF is going to have a new material that we're going to create. So let's make sure it's completely metallic. Like we had before. And even already you can kind of tell this is exactly what we want it to look like. We kind of just want it to have like this somewhat brassy kind of like effect. I think even 0.5 was probably the best it looked. Let's do a little bit less, but not too much less. Yeah, You see this kind of like shiny metal effect that we have here? This is what we want. And we basically want that everywhere that mat kind of takes place, because we have like this darker metal that's kind of happening. So now if we take this metal principled BSDF, we're just going to place that down here for ease of everything looking good. Now, if we take this rusty edges effect that we did, all we're going to do is just say mix shader. That's all we need, a mix shader. And in the top, we're going to use this main principle BSDF, which is this darker effect that we have. And on the bottom, we're going to use that shinier metal attachment. And then now if we plug that into there, and then we plug that into the FAC, if we now view that, we should get these lighter kind of like effects that are going throughout. Now, the only thing we might want to do is add in a color ramp just to make this a little bit more contrasty. So let's try that out. Just make that pretty bold, pretty black. Then now let's go ahead and view that metallic shader. And then yeah, I mean that's going to work a lot nicer. Now, we might need a different material for the background than these front pieces, because that effect that's happening on the back there is not as desirable as I would like it to be. Let's lessen overall. So we could do that. Let's go ahead and just, we have this metal material, we have this rusty metal. This is another rusty metal. Let's duplicate the rusty metal and then just call this rusty metal scratches. And if we go into edit mode now, what we need to do is select all of the stuff that we do want the scratches to exist on. And then we hit assign. And then everything else should be on this one. Let's just deselect everything and then hit select. We'll just select this whole back here and then hit assign. Cool. Alright, and then now on our rusty metal, we're going to want this to basically just be directly out of our main material. And then now if we go to our rusty metal scratches, let's view that with the scratches associated with them. So now we're going to get all of these scratches on the areas in which we painted them on, but not necessarily the background, which is pretty good. And then if we wanted to add a new paint object that's going to be specifically this back section, we could totally do that as well. So we might actually want to do that. So kind of thinking, let's fix our edges that we already created here and then just make them a little bit more apparent. So let's go to texture paint now. And let's fix some of these, which like this one, I think this one should be fixed. And then this edge as well. And a lot of this is just messing around until you get it to look exactly like how you want it to look. Just kind of cleaning that up and then just adding a little bit more, and it's a lot of just going back and forth and finding it. Cool. Great. Save that. Then we'll go up to here. We'll hit image save. And then we're just going to save this to a separate folder. Call it Rusty Edges. Save that image. And now if we go back over to our layout, it should have it updated inside of our texture. So there we go. Now we're kind of getting that rusty metallic effect that's going on here. Oh, that's right. I think I screwed that up. So if I select this main center vertice, accidentally removed our yellow front section. Luckily enough, this is not that difficult to select vertices on. And then now, where are we at with this? New material, yellow paint, assign. Okay, great. Looks pretty good. I have to add the numbers in there because I haven't added the numbers in yet. Had an idea about that. Let's open up something like Photoshop. I mean, hell, we could even do this in Paint. Let's just use MS Paint, honestly. Probably just go into MS Paint is what I'm thinking. Whoops. And then inside of MS Paint, let's create a square. The hardest part about this is getting the square to be exactly perfect. And then now we're going to do... What was in the vault? What number was she? $33. And then actually the second hardest part is finding a font inside of MS Paint. Okay. You're thinking of the games? Yeah, I didn't play the games. That font is pretty damn close. I mean, I'm sure it could find a better font, but... Okay, so we'll just paste that in here. Might do a little bigger. Let's see, 1/500. Oh, I freaking hate MS Paint. Yeah, so all we have to do is just grab the numbers. Let's center it as best we can inside of MS Paint. And then, yeah, it's still not centered. Let's see. There we go. They're kind of centered. And then now, inside of here, all we have to do is say, let's select everything. And then how easy is it to invert it? Because I need everything inverted. Can I do Control I? No. Yeah, I could just, whatever, I'll just delete it. Let's start over. So, paint bucket, black, change it to white text, 33. And there we go. So, you use PaintNet. Nice. There's no invert tool inside of this. This sucks. All right, so let's go ahead and save this as a... It's fine if it's a JPEG also. I don't really care. It doesn't matter. I think PNG is totally fine. We'll go and save it as a JPEG, though, just for kicks and giggles here, because that's all it needs to be. We'll go to our projects, live streams. Let me just save this all in the same folder. That way, if you guys do want to grab all of this, it'll be located inside of the Patreon. I'll just upload all of this. Let's see, 33, Matt. Okay, cool. So we'll close that. And now, if we go, we need this yellow paint, okay? It is beautiful, wonderful yellow paint. We're going to duplicate it. And then we're going to call this yellow paint metal. And then we'll call this with text. Okay. This is the most advanced software. I'll use that is true, man. That is true. Okay, great. Now, inside of our texture over here, let's go ahead and add in a new image texture. I was like, I could use Photoshop, but why not use MS Paint? And then we'll go ahead and click new, and then we'll call this text matte. 2048 by 2048 is totally good. And then, yeah, let's go ahead and view that real quick. So now it should be black, which it is. And then if we go over to our texture paint window, let's just go to front view here. We're going to need to paint on our text matte. And under our settings here, let's go ahead and remove texture mask. Add in a new texture. Load that new texture. Find ourselves... Where did I save that? Number 33. Cool. And so now we need to paint this on. I think right now we have like this, it has a bit of a fall off to it. Also, isn't there a way to like preview? I feel like there's a way to preview. One second, let me turn that on if I can. Organization fall off. Here we go. Custom. Normalize fall off. Cursor symmetry options. Advanced texture mask. Why is that not working? I mean, this is actually a lot easier if we just do it over here. Boom. 33. Now, the only problem is... Oh, whoops. I need it to be straight up and down, which that one was not. Oh, is this have to do with the normals thing? I mean, we could... I think it has to do with normals, guys. Remember that one time in the one stream where I spent 30 minutes trying to figure out how this worked? There we go. Okay. Now for our texture, though, we have this fall off. I wish there was just like a easy way to like... I don't want a fall off. There we go. Go to front view now, and let's scale this to the size that we want it. And theoretically, if I just click in the center, we now have a number 33. That's how easy it is to paint, guys. Wow. I probably overcomplicated that as well. But yeah, there we go. Now we could paint. Honestly, you could also paint other textures. So if like you wanted to have text of any kind painted onto an object, then that's how easy it is. So now all I have to do is hit image save, and then we'll go ahead and save this as our text mat. And then if we go over here to our layout, what this gets us now is that we have this text mat here with the 33, and we have our regular kind of like painted effect, which by the way, that red, I think is coming from the rust effect, and it's pretty cool because it's almost like it's blood, which makes sense. No spoilers to the show, but yeah, it kind of works. So now all we have to do is, there's a couple things we could do. First of which, we could make a whole separate material that is its own thing. Or we could go over here and we have this kind of like green effect that's happening on everything. I am thinking that the best case of action is let's take the saturation out of it. So if we plug this into the color here, and then let's just view this guy. If we take the saturation out and then we just boost the value, what we're trying to do is make a white kind of like painted effect. And if we then take our text mat that we have, and so we have our, you know, hue and saturation that we have here, we could use a mix color now. And if we plug this into the mix color, as well as this guy into the bottom rung of it, and then this into the mat of it, what we get now is this 33 in white above it. And all it is really just kind of like this painted on effect that we have. And the only thing that we need to make sure of is that this, if we add in a color ramp, all we need to make sure of is that this is bright enough. So just add as much contrast as you need into it, which I think it should totally be fine. It's just a black and white image. It's nothing crazy. And then this just gets plugged directly into our base color that we already have. So now we should have two saturation nodes. One is desaturating and then boosting the value, so it's just a white color. And then the other one is changing the value of everything to yellow instead of the green that we received from Polyhaven. So now if we go ahead and view this principled BSDF, now we have this 33 kind of painted on there. And I painted it in white, and funny enough, I shouldn't have. We should have had it in black. So let's go ahead and change that. My bad. Now all I have to do is just change the value to be something super dark. And maybe even not even that dark. It's just got to be darker gray. There we go. And then feed that in. That's totally fine. Let's even see what a 1 looks like. Because we can have it still be brighter. Yeah, that's totally fine. Let's do it as a 2. Because it doesn't need to be super bright. It just needs to be a different color than the rest of it. So there you go. Now we got ourselves our number kind of painted onto the rest of that. The reason why we made that its own separate color is because we didn't want the 33 popping up literally on every other thing that has that yellow. But yeah, that's just using a simple mask that we're just feeding in. We could do that all through shaders rather than having to create any separate textures for everything. But yeah, as I said, I'll give you guys all these files. You guys can mess around with them yourselves. The link will be in the description. And then yeah, I mean, that works for that. Let's go in. Also like the idea of maybe having a little bit more grunge in there. What would that look like? So if I added another image texture with the rusty edges that we already have, where does that really put everything on this yellow? That's interesting. If I change this to like generate it rather than UV. And then we just use a value of like 3 or something like that plugged into the scale. What does that do for us the larger that gets? I don't like that it creates the straight lines. And I know that's because that's how we painted it. Could just be like one of these values is larger. I almost wish we could blur it. There are ways to blur things inside of nodes. It just doesn't look as good. Okay, let's go ahead and finish up some of these other materials that I have here, because we're pretty close, and like honestly, we're just lollygagging at this point. I think all of these pipes can be yellow metal. And then, honestly, the railing, I know it wasn't, but it should be yellow metal as well. Like, I think it makes most sense that it's yellow metal, especially since that's like kind of the accent color of everything else in this entire thing. Either that or I got an idea. Let's create another duplicate of this, and then we'll call this green painted metal. And then let's change all of these to the green painted metal. I think if we take this, I actually think we should lean into it being green. Which we kind of have it slightly green there. So now with our green painted metal texture in here, let's go ahead and just mute our saturation adjustment. First of which, let's just set that to like a 1 or a 0.5. And then change the saturation here to like a 1 or even a 0.5, much less. Cool. And then the only other thing we really need to do here is let's apply all of our stuff. I think this is going to cause problems for our UV unwrap. So yeah, let's go in edit mode here and then just do smart UV unwrap everything. That way, if we're having any like rust effects kind of like happening to it, it's all going to happen without having any like weird stretch marks. I'm going to apply everything on this one as well. Whoops. Cancel. I think I accidentally tried to close it. I tried to close it through a shortcut. I was trying to kill myself. Okay, I mean, and honestly, do we really even need that crazy of a metallic texture to it? Yes. Yes, we do. Yeah, I think that's good. That roughness of size. And then now if we go back over here to viewing our principal BSDF, I think that's good. The only issue we really have is that making everything just so dark. So let's fix that. Honestly, that's pretty good. Does it add up though if I use MS Paint because I use Blender? Like that makes the most sense, right? I feel like or no, I guess what makes the most sense if you're a Blender user is to use GIMP because it's another open source software. MS Paint you have to buy Windows. That complicates everything here. Okay. Let's do a few things here for lighting's purposes. I'm going to add in an area light. Kind of from this angle. Help light up the scene a little bit better. Because now that we kind of like have everything shaded, we know where everything is kind of sitting. And I want to add in a little bit of rim light. Let's go ahead and duplicate this light over here to this side. And we're going to just do a -1, I think. If you put negative numbers in Blender, it actually sucks the light out. It actually absorbs light. So sometimes that's really useful for like just removing a certain amount of light from like a specific quadrant of your image, especially if you want it to feel darker over there. Just be careful to not make it too much, because otherwise it makes it feel like a black void rather than it just feeling like it's a little bit dimmer. So I need to find the happy medium of what I'm going for here, but ideally it's just going to suck light out from like this specific corner and nothing more. Just should feel a little bit more natural for how the lighting is affecting everything. And then we can even remove the amount of bounces that it does. That way it doesn't bounce all over the room, sucking light out and absorbing it. Okay, but this guy right here can be a little bit brighter. Just trying to catch light on the grates. All of this detail that we added in there, we don't want to lose it. And so through that, we kind of need to add in some lights to help capture the kind of stuff that we did. So that way it doesn't feel like we lose all of that detail. And then, of course, we can make any more adjustments to like specific parts of the image if we want to help shape stuff. We can always do that directly inside of our composite rather than trying to do it inside of here, especially for like a vignette or something like that where you really want to catch somebody's attention to a specific part of the image. It makes it a lot easier to do that inside of your comp. Looks like we actually missed. Make these actually silver metal. I think that makes the most sense, right? And then, yeah, I mean, that... Are there any other text? I guess there's text here. What does this say? Warning, pressurized, blah, 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 blah. We can create a mat for that as well if we wanted to. Which we might as well. I mean, it doesn't really hurt us. Is there any text over here? Not really. I think I was kind of hoping that this ring here and then this was going to be a different color than the rest of this. So let's do that. Because I do want that to feel a little bit more kind of like separated, as if they're separate objects. So an easy way of doing that is we have this rusty metal material here. We're going to duplicate it. Rusty metal, and then we'll call this orange because I want it to be slightly more orange than the rest of it. And all we need to do really is actually no. Let's get rid of that. The scratches. I think I just screwed that up. What did I just do? Oh, I see what I did. Okay. Let's just adjust the scratches one. And then I want this right here. Let's do that. If we do C to select, and then we just scroll it up. Select this specifically. And then on our yellow paint, we're going to deselect the yellow paint stuff. So now we've only got this selected. I think that's pretty good. Actually, let's see. Let's go to face selection mode. And then use the very center. It's so funny. I don't know how, even in the very center, I still accidentally selected too many faces. But now we go here and we'll hit deselect on the yellow. And so now we only have this center piece here. And now if I select rusty metal scratches and then hit assign, that's going to add the scratches effect to this thing here, which shouldn't do anything too crazy. I mean, it did add some scratches to it, but it's not really what I care too much about. The thing that I want to do is make the overall brightness of this a little bit brighter. So probably change the amount of metallic to a little bit less. And it's primarily this whole section here that we are adjusting. And I want this to just feel ever so slightly more kind of like rusty. That way, this kind of like main mechanism here just feels like it's a separate metal than the rest of it. I didn't want it to feel like everything was just the same object. And it kind of, I didn't want it to blend together. Okay, great. Let's go ahead and save that and probably start our render for our scene here. What do you guys think overall for the Blender side of things before we take this to comp? Any ideas or suggestions? This is currently what we have so far, which is this whole number. I think it works pretty nicely for what we have. And then once we take it to comp, we can just do a little bit of color grading and then add ever so slight amount of glow and kind of like post effects that we want to it. Go ahead and hit the save button for that before we kick off the render here. Okay. Over inside of our render settings, we already have our cycles, of course, set because that we all needed to have that first. But let's go ahead and enable some other things. For instance, cryptomats. We're going to enable both the objects and the materials for our cryptomats. And then for our render here, let's go ahead and change this from PNG over to OpenEXR multi-layer. And then let's go ahead and hit the save button. Oh, you know what I also want to do? Yeah, you know what? Let's do it. I was going to potentially add in the warning label. Let's go ahead and just... I think that would be a fun little thing. So we have this warning pressure label. Let's see. Here's one of the pictures. So it says, warning, pressurized, stand 10 meters back. Meters? So we'll just open up MS Paint because that's our favorite tool ever, guys. And then just paint it black, and then we need white font. And it just says, warning. Can we even make this centered text? I don't think we can. That sucks. Pressurized. Then I'll have to be a different freaking font because I can't do multiple texts in one go. Okay, and then stand. Whoopsies. Stand 10 meters back. 75 should be good. And then during initial, what does that say? Purge bell? I don't know. Do not approach until all clear. There we go. And then let's just center this with some space bars. And centerize this whole thing. Awesome. Then we select this whole thing. Oops. And then in our background, Purge Bell, yes. Is it Purge Bell? I have no freaking clue, dude. I'm just making crap up. And we'll go ahead and save this to warning label 01. Okay, great. Now we have a new warning label. So let's go ahead and paint that in. For this guy, this is our metal material. And let's see, where are we at with this? Let's add in a new image texture. And we'll go ahead and hit new for that. And then we'll say warning label, new image, and that's fine. Now, if we go ahead and hit the save button, let's go over to our texture paint window. We should be able to see warning label. And now, if we load in a new texture, so let's close this texture, hit new, and then we'll select texture 2 as our option and find our warning label. Great. Now we have this warning pressurized logo thing. I just did a boo-boo, I think. I accidentally clicked when I shouldn't have. Is it Purge Bell? Is it Purge Bell? Does anybody actually know? Okay, so that just added it to everything. Let's go to object mode here. Okay. Let's go to texture paint, warning label, and then these guys is what I want. I don't know where that exists on my thing. During initial purge bell. That's not necessarily correct. Let's see. Let's mode material, rusty metal, specifically what I want to edit. And then I don't know why it's doing it on everything that I don't want, but I specifically want to use that image is totally fine. And then now, image save. Save as image. And then I need to paint somehow on the correct object specifically. Because for whatever reason, I'm having issues with that. Let's see. For our rusty metal scratches, let's deselect that. For the rusty metal, let's oops. For our yellow, let's deselect that. And then this guy right here, let's just smart UV project it. And then for our texture paint now, let's go over here back to our texture paint option. And now everything is kind of like evenly lined up. And honestly, could probably just do it this way. But specifically, we're going to want to do it on our warning label. I don't know why our tools right now. Let's remove the texture mask real quick. I need everything to be black, and for whatever reason it painted that on a big thing, which is probably my doing, but it's fine. Image, save that. And then now let's go back over to our texture and we can select our warning label. Damn you, Blender. Yeah. Now it's like if I press F, it's not even showing that there. So that's kind of like frustrating because I don't actually know why that's not working. I have this, technically speaking, I can remove the texture element of it. This black and white photo here should just work. We're in texture paint draw mode. I'm going to try restarting Blender. Let's just do it that way because I'm running into some problems, and sometimes just restarting the software fixes things. Unless, of course, you didn't hit the save button, which I did, by the way. So gotcha. Let's load in our warning label, which it looks like. Let's reload that. There we go. Warning label. Perfect. So this is our warning label photo. And we want to adjust the warning label. There we go. Punch the PC. Nah, it doesn't deserve that. Alright, here we go. So our warning label, and let's rotate it if we can. Let's see if we can rotate it. Just trying to figure out if I can rotate it. So that's a 9 degrees. don't think that worked. But it's fine. Let's go back to 0 here. I love how it put it all the way at the top of the whole thing. Then that one put it there. Also, everything's inverted, which I don't know why. Also wish I had like a preview option. I think there is a way to preview it because I've done previews before. I just don't remember how I did it. Advance, apply alpha, color palette, texture mask. We have like the random orientation though, so there is that. Got space, dots, airbrush, anchored, line, curve. This is probably it right here. Dash ratio, dash length, jitter, jitter unit, custom, symmetry. Yeah, so let's do it on this one. So we'll just apply our texture like that. And then let's go up here to say image, save. And then the only thing we really need to do now is if we go back over to our layout option, let's take this whole thing and then I'm going to swap this over to UV editor real quick. I mean, hell, we don't even need to do that. Let's just do it this way. Although I will say it probably would have made it better if I did this beforehand. So let's take this whole thing here. Let's go back over to layout mode, okay? And then from here, let's go to UV editor. And we're just going to take this guy. And then we're going to mirror him on the x-axis. Okay? Now, if I go back over into our texture paint option, it now has it all the way over there. So we're actually have to repaint this. Go back over to our texture paint option, select that again. Is that still inverted? What the hell, guys? That's crazy. Okay, fine. Let's just do it this way. Fine. We'll figure it out. Let's just save that. Go back over to our layout option. If I swap this over to our shader editor, let's just load in our warning label just to see where that is and all that stuff. We can just rotate it and place it how we want. I wish I didn't have to do it this way, but whatever. Add in a mapping tool here, and it's our UV option. Let's go ahead and take the scale of this and then just invert it by -1. And then let's take the location of it, and we're just going to move it till we get it where we want it. And then let's take this option here and do -1. Maybe you should apply it on the other screen, not in the UVs. I could also just do it this way. In the end of the day, it's like, you're right. There's like a bunch of ways we could do it. I think right now I'm just like kind of over trying to fix the brush options. The heck? just increment it upwards until we get it where we want it. Okay, and then let's move it down. Which, by the way, Halloween night, welcome to the chat. I think that's your first chat. When you applied the paint on screen with the model, it went to the right. When you put it in the UVs, it was reversed. And yeah, and that, well, it was reversed when I applied it on the paint. And the only reason why I applied it inside of the texture paint area and was clicking directly on there rather than on the screen on my window was because it wasn't letting me for some reason. Not quite sure what the deal was there. But it's all good. We can control it here. Takes a little bit more finessing, but it's fine. Set that to 17 and then change the location slightly on this. By slightly, I mean very slightly. Keep it there for right now, and then just change the Y location of this to be a little bit higher. 1.45. You like the structure I'm putting together? I'm just learning how to use Blender. Oh, fantastic. Well, welcome to the world of Blender, where anything is possible. As long as you can dream it. What did I do? Oh, 1.38 is what I wanted to do. Just trying to rotate that now. Let's rotate this a little bit more so that way it's facing straight up. Perfect. And then now for the, let's see, we can adjust it slightly. And then adjusting this one slightly as well. Perfect. So now we'll have this kind of like painted white text here. And so, all right, so we currently have this as our mix shader for everything. We're going to want to have a similar kind of like gray texture as to what we did before. So let's see. Let's take our principled BSDF that we have here. And then we're going to want a painted material on top of it. I'll probably just take the yellow text that we already had done before. So if we select this, let's just copy paste this to our other metal that we have. So let's go ahead and paste here. And this is going into our, oh, well, I guess I should have copied the principled BSDF as well with all of this stuff. So let's just copy the kind of yellow painted texture that we were doing. I'm going to copy this. And we're going to use a mix shader over here. So we paste that. And then we paste this up here. This is our white, or that's our yellow version. And then this is our kind of like grayscale version. So let's go ahead and delete this and then post that directly into our base color. So that way our entire material is going to be like this darker gray painted metal. And then now we have this warning label that we already created and the area in which we want it. And we could have it wherever we want, of course. We could just move that around however finicky we have to do that. But what we could do is we could use a mix shader. And using this on the bottom of that mix shader, and then of course this on the top, which is where everywhere it's not, we're going to plug this warning label directly into the FAC of that. So now if we go ahead and view our entire effect that we have going on here, we should get our warning label there. And again, if we preview that, I think the only thing that we might need to do is change, let's have a color ramp here. And just make it a little bit more contrasty. And then this gets plugged directly into the FAC of that mix shader. So now we're going to get the text there. We just need to make sure that it really stands out, because right now it's kind of washing into the rest of it. So we can adjust all of that through these nodes up here. If we change the value, for instance, to like an 8, that'll just make it white paint instead. And then we don't want this to be too chunky, so let's bring that down. Let's make that more black there, so that way it doesn't feel like it's breaking the texture too much. But yes, there we go. Now we have our painted warning pressurized label that we just added on there. And that's using a mix shader. The reason I did it as a mix shader this time was because it's technically speaking a different material than if we were to do it otherwise. But I think that works pretty great. The other thing we could do is we have this as our warning label here. If we want to have multiple warning labels just using the same kind of functionality here, I'm just going to copy paste our mapping and our texture coordinate node. And then all we have to do is take this warning label that we created and use a mix color. And let's go ahead and view just our mix color. And we're going to take another warning label and paste that down here with the new vector associated with it. And right now, both of them are telling the warning label to be in the same exact spot. But all we have to do is just change our X location and our Y location. And we can move this to wherever we want. Just be aware that it's a little difficult to maneuver. Thinking we're going to want it probably over here. And then let's move it upwards. Probably like right there. And then this is all backwards. Let's see. Not quite as far. Great. And so now we'll have a warning label there and a warning label there. And so now if we go back over to our mix shader, should have it painted in both those locations for that. Which that is white paint, so that does work. The only other thing is we could scale everything down. I think if we scaled it, let's see. real problem is that we're not just loading the warning label as like a JPEG file, which probably at this point would have been easier just to do that and then move it around however we wanted, rather than us doing it this way. But alas, that's fine. I kind of like it better just up there. I think if we remove this one, I would be totally fine with that. So it's just going to have the warning label up there, and so let's just use the factor all the way up. So that way, if we just have that up there, that looks a lot better. Okay. The only other thing is I do feel like we need a little bit more. I do think this needs to be a bit brighter. Because I just want the intensity to match. Okay. I think that'll do it. And then we'll go ahead and start this render. So I'm going to go ahead and render that out. So this is going to be the Q&A time, guys, because now's the best time. If you guys got any questions, then now's the time to do it. Probably, let's see. Let me look at my schedule real quick. So next weekend, I'll do a render. And then the weekend after, that's actually my birthday. So I don't know how busy I'm going to be that weekend. And then I'm in Atlanta filming a movie for about a month or two. So I'm not quite sure how much streaming I'll do when I'm there. Hoping that nothing too much changes. I'm hoping that I'll still be able to stream on the weekends. But as it sits right now, I'm not quite sure. We'll see what we can do. I am taking a computer with me, but I'm not gonna have this computer with me, so it's gonna make it a little bit more difficult to stream when I'm all the way across country. But yeah, so the next weekend I'll for sure be doing another stream, and then after that we'll see how it goes, because I'm just a little concerned with, I can take my camera, but I don't have my computer with me, so then I'll be remoting into a computer to stream. We'll try it at least once and just see how that goes. Hoping there won't be too big of an issue or anything like that. But otherwise, you know, I think that's all my plans right now for all of that. Yeah, we'll be able to do some compositing stuff with this, just adding in a slight bit of glow and stuff like that to really help sell some stuff. I love the glass materials that we created here for the... Oh my god! I just realized we didn't shade this. How crazy. And what is this? 1 second. What was that? Alt H. Okay. Anything I have viewport display off on, and then it's rendering? I'm lighting. Oh, that. Well, I'm not traveling for pleasure. I'm traveling for work, but I'll be away for a bit, so I'm gonna try to not. I'm gonna try to, as much as possible, minimize the amount of like awayness it is. 1 second. What is this? Is that just a reflection? What is that? I'm not quite sure what's causing that issue. But either way, we do have to fix this. We could probably just use something like silver metallic. Yeah, is that a lighting thing? I don't understand. Oh. Is that this guy? No. This guy? No. Is it this guy? No. Is it something to do with one of these guys? I'm wondering if it has to do with the scratches material. Let's go ahead and hit the save button real quick before we do this. But scratches metal. Nope. And this scratches, let's just change that to glass. Alright, so it has something to do with this this material here. Now I'm wondering if it has to do with... Alright, so it has to do with this rusty edges effect. Found it! Okay. Why do we have rusty edges on the thing that wasn't supposed to have rusty edges? That's my question. So that gets plugged in up there, and then that goes there, and then voila, that fixes the problem. Okay, that fixes the problem. That was so strange. Okay, so I guess it had the scratches enabled on this material and it wasn't supposed to. Cool. Alrighty then. Let's go ahead and hit the render button again. Which, by the way, just an FYI, as this is rendering, I am using Aces. Ooh, probably should change that. 1 second. I am using Aces, and then on top of that, am using Aces CG, which we could do by changing the sequencer option here to Aces CG. And then, of course, in my color output settings here, let's just override it. And as long as you just, I always like to just click the override just to double check that, make sure it says the Aces CG there. And so that way, when I am rendering and I tag it inside of my comp, I can tag it as Aces CG. Is pre-production fun? Yeah, it's pretty fun. We're doing a lot of tests for different shots in the film, so it's a little bit R&D work and stuff like that. That's what a good amount of the time has been spent on, as well as some pre-visualization. We've been creating some animatics of the scenes that we've been prepping for, and that we know what the shot lists look like and things like that. Me and the director have been working on that. And so it's been a little bit of back and forth on like how we were going to shoot stuff and what the best way to do it, most cost effective, but also help tell the story the best way. And then it's of course, all the conversations that go with it. Like, is it going to be a practical effect? Or are we doing visual effects? Are we doing a little bit of both? Is it something that can be done in color, or is it something that has to be done in visual effects? Is it something that, what kind of plates do we need to grab for it? Is it something that is simple as like, hey, we just go film it and then, we do it on set? Is it something that we even have to worry about now? And then, of course, all the R&D work is like, do we want to do it practically? Because will it look better practically, or will it actually look better if we do it in visual effects? And it's kind of like the figuring out what all of that stuff is, because it's not really a one size fits all. I think a lot of people think like, oh, the choice is always just as simple as like, well, visual effects looks worse than color, right? So, or not, visual effects looks worse than practical. So let's just go that route. But there's a lot of conversations on to like how much money we really have to spend on things. And, and sometimes it is more expensive to capture stuff on set than it would be for us to just do something in post. So kind of is a lot of conversations about that aspects of stuff. And that's mostly what the pre-production will entail. And of course, there's all the meetings of just everybody talking about, you know, different aspects of things and how, you know, we want to accomplish stuff and dates and locations and all that fun jazz. And that's basically what the majority of the work is. It's just all this prep work that goes into it. Very little of it is like actually, you know, testing out different shots. Majority of it is just kind of like planning and scheduling and things like that. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and save this image over into another folder. We'll create a folder called output. I'm going to go ahead and save this as well. Great. Now let's open up Nuke. Mess around a little bit in Nuke, guys. Then we should be wrapping this thing up. Every time I think my streams have slowly turned in from making 3 hour. I feel like I used to do 3 hours. Like I feel like it used to be 3 hours. Now it's so much longer. I don't know at what point we just decided we were like, yeah, 3 hour streams is the norm, or 5 hour streams are the norm. Okay, so now if we shuffle this in correctly, the cool thing is in our Nuke settings, I'm using ACES directly inside of here. And it's the same ACES config file that I'm using for the output. So if I tag this as ACES CG, this actually looks one for one exactly like what our Blender render is, which is pretty nice because now we can make all of our adjustments in Nuke and we don't have to make as drastic changes as like changing the exposure or anything like that. We could change the exposure if we wanted to, but we don't have to now. I'm just going to add in a tiny bit of glow, just ever so slight amount of glow. And so we'll just change the length of this. You'll notice that it's like if it's too much, it just feels too much. You can always just say effect only, by the way, on glows, and then just merge them back on top using like a plus. So if we do that, just adding this in as a plus, we can control the amount that's actually visible here. And so now it's like we can have larger amounts of glow, but just like a lot less intense on your screen. So it just feels more like it's atmospheric in nature. I like to even take these glows and then like even make them like 500 or something crazy like that. Let's say like 300 even. And then now it's like, okay, we'll just add in a little bit of glow, and that just adds in a little bit of brightness to your entire image. I might even add in another glow before that. Let's just change the tolerance here to something a lot less. And then of course the size of this, I might just take it to like a 27, but to change the brightness, and then of course the saturation slightly as well. And then as I did before, just make sure that this is selected on effect only, and then we can just merge this back on top of everything. The idea here is that we're kind of like having more control over what type of glow that we're doing. So if I make this a plus again, I can control the amount of that smaller glow before it gets to the larger glow. So it's kind of like a bit of an exponential glow that we're adding to this thing, whereas we'll have more glow at this section before the outside. And that just like adds a little bit of realism to our entire thing here. I'm going to save this comp. We're doing a lot more stuff to it, but I just want to save it real quick. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's add in a lens distortion just so we could see where we're going with this. I do want to distort it. I just will have it happen later down the pipeline. So let's do a 0.0. And yeah, already you can kind of see what that's doing. It's going to stretch your image and just make it feel a little bit more realistic. Might even do like a 2, I think. I do pay for Nuke. This is Nuke Indie, which is actually not expensive. It's only 500 a year. But hey, welcome into the chat. Yeah, it's not that expensive for this version of Nuke. I think also, let's see, let's add the grade node after all of this. And then I just want to add in a roto here. Well, I say only. I mean, it's still expensive-ish. But like if you compare it to After Effects, then it's not terrible. After Effects is like $600. And so that's where it's like, oh my god. Let's take this. I'm going to invert the effect here, and then we're just going to darken some areas. That way, as I said, we'll shape things here in post before, that way we don't have to do it inside of Blender. We don't have to mess too much around with that. We could just add in a bit of a vignette. I might even want a little bit more of a vignette on the bottom of the image here. They do have, by the way, if you do want to use Nuke and you can't afford it or for whatever reason, like maybe it's not worth it for you to buy because you're not really making money off of it, which is totally understandable. They have a Nuke non-commercial version, which is, if you search for Nuke non-commercial, they have a free version out there, and it's great because it allows you to do renders up to HD, and it does everything that the other versions of Nuke do, but it's free. So there's not really a reason to like buy Nuke if unless you're making money, in which case you're going to need a version of Nuke that does potentially higher than HD renders. And then I have Nuke Indie, which does up to 4K renders, and the 4K version allows you to do well, up to 4K is Nuke Indie, and then if you want to do beyond 4K, then it's Nuke X, and that's where it's like really expensive. But no, yeah, there are free versions of Nuke that you can go grab. Let's see. I'm gonna use a crypto mat. I didn't know there was that version. Yeah, they kind of keep it hidden, but I mean it's still there. It's not like you can't grab it, but it's yeah, they don't advertise that they have it. That's for sure. I want to make this version that's kind of just making it muddier. I don't think I mind it being green. Actually, maybe that's the thing. Maybe it does need to be a slightly different color. I could just take the white point here and then yeah, that's good. And then if I change the saturation probably after it to be a little less saturated, cool. So that way I just have that chord be a slightly different color. Yeah, go download it right away, and then you can start messing around with it. Which, by the way, I don't know if you guys are new here or not, but I do 2 live streams a week. This one's a CG stream where I do some compositing in it. But also I do Tuesday morning live streams where I only spend time in Nuke and we composite shots from scratch. So I have previous live streams already up on some composite stuff if you guys want to watch through those. And then of course I always put the project files up on the Patreon, which the link is in the description. If you guys want to help support the channel, that's the best way to do it. And then you guys get project files out of it. You also get like my Surface Imperfections pack and other things that I create. But yeah, so that is totally possible as well. I do Tuesday morning weekly live streams. So yeah, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button if you guys aren't already. Oh, let's see. I kind of want to make these a little bit darker as well. Right now they're seemingly pretty white. I don't think I textured those. I think that's the reason why they're as white as they are. I definitely don't like that. Let's just remove that for right now. Morning for me, yes. I'm sure it's in the afternoon or something for you guys, or maybe even in the middle of the night. I'm going to add one more glow. Let's do it this way. We're going to add another glow here. And then this one here, we're going to change the tolerance to be a bit more, something like that. And then let's change the brightness here, but just have it be ever so slight. I'm also thinking we want to tint it, right? Let's change the saturation for this. Let's do like a glowy kind of tint. And then if we do effect only here, I'm going to use this to merge back on top of everything. So do an over and then a plus again. And then this time we're just going to make this pretty slight. But this is going to be like that chromatic aberration that you would get sometimes on like camera lenses. It's just to have that like slight purpley kind of like outside color. And we could change the amount of that by like just making it more magenta even. It's usually pretty realistic is to kind of get like a magenta or a very blue kind of effect going on here. You can control the amount by this right here. And so then when you blur it on top of everything, you'll get kind of like that effect. Something like that totally worked great. And then, yeah, we're still getting that around the edges here. Probably overall just adjusting the size here to be a little bit less. Fighting against two different things, honestly. And then, yes, over to the glow, just make that a little bit more. Perfect. Okay, great. And then now all the other glow that we'll have on top of it kind of goes away a little bit, but that chromatic aberration is kind of still there. Do I add blur on top of it? No, because I do all of that inside of my Blender render. The only thing that's like this is not in focus here. The only thing that is perfectly in focus is this guy here, but I also render it out at HD. And then when you blow it up to 4K, you already automatically lose that perfect kind of quality that you would have. That's like a kind of like trick is sometimes if like you're doing a visual effects shot in 4K, it's really helpful to render it out in HD and then comp it into 4K, because then that scaling is actually going to create that free kind of blur for you. And then that way you don't have to blur it yourself. So it's that's kind of like an easy way of getting around that that I have found. Okay, I think this might call it I'm not sure. Yeah, the only other thing I was going to do was add in the ever so slight tiniest amount of a lens flare, but I don't have that installed on my Nuke right now. But yeah, I think that's going to do it right here. Yeah, I added a bit of a vignette already. This is our vignette that we did. Might add slight more grain for the intensity here. No, I don't think lens dirt on this specific render makes too much sense. Thinking, let's take our lens distortion here and just turn that up a little bit. I like that. Okay, great. So out of Blender, this was the render that we had here. And then all we did inside of the comp here was we basically just darkened this edge over here. We added in a nice little lens distortion effect that we do. And then of course adding in a little bit of glare to add some realism on like how it would, the lens would interact with the light there. And then of course our chromatic aberrations, we added all of those in as well. I think that'll probably do it for today's render, but this is the full render right here, guys. But yeah, if you guys are new here, make sure to hit the subscribe button. We do these live streams weekly, and we'll be back next week with a brand new stream. And then the following week, I think I won't be doing it. That's my birthday. But if you guys want to make sure you guys don't miss any videos or anything like that, make sure to join the Discord. We have a link in the description, and that has a great community. If you guys made your own render, I would love to see it. Please post them over onto our showcase section on the Discord. And yeah, and then of course, if you guys want to grab these project files, these will be up on our Patreon probably here in a few minutes once this stream is over. But thank you guys so much for joining, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your Sunday and going into the rest of this week. I'll see you guys Tuesday when we do a visual effects stream, and we'll be creating a new VFX shot from scratch, so don't miss out on that. I'll see you guys next time. Peace out.